All right, ladies and gentlemen, how are you this evening, wherever you're at in the world? Nice to have you here once again. My name is Logan. I'm going to be your tour guide here, I guess you could call it. This is kind of what the theme has been on this channel, is kind of being a tour guide, which is what we're going to be doing for this What's Your Question. I'm going to get to as many questions as I can. If you've been here before, you know I like to go on a lot of rants, and I just let my mind just wander all over the place as we start to channel information through you, or to you, I should say, through me to you. So welcome out. This is number 114, and I spontaneously decided to do this. Came back to the studio. I've been away from the studio for quite some time, and I came back to the studio to catch up on things. And I decided to come on here and join all of you in the world. And I appreciate all the wishes. I am not in any danger zone in Mexico. I didn't even know about it until somebody told me about it. That's how ignorant I am with the news and all that kind of stuff. I don't pay attention to any of the mainstream stuff if I can help it. So I'm kind of oblivious, naive, and I normally get the news secondhand. Where I'm at in the world, I'm in the Caribbean. The main takeaway for the news is over in part of Vallarta, which I do have friends over there that are still part of the Alchemical show, the seminar that they did this past week, and some of them are stuck there right now. But there are things going around in the Caribbean as well. They're on the notice of Playa del Carmen, which is just 15 minutes south of me, Cancun, 15 minutes north, Tulum, about an hour and a half, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. But I have no fear, ladies and gentlemen. I just go about and do my day, pretend like nothing's wrong. Now, obviously, I'm not going to step into danger if, you know, something like that kind of comes about, but I don't really kind of follow the danger, so it doesn't really matter for me, but I appreciate that. Appreciate all the great wishes. So it's nice to have you here. Let me pop this chat out so I don't have to look to my right. All right. So let's get into some comments. Thanks everybody for being here. Sunday night, switching it up a little bit. EDC Mexico. I love electronic music. That song that you just listened to, AI. It's an AI song. Got Detroit in the house. Nice to have you, Joey. Bobby, Angela. Wolfgang Waters. So let's start with the first question. No Wing 137. What can you say about the Jack of Hearts? Well, if you separate the suit and you look at the Jack, what is the Jack and where does it come? It comes from the tarot, which are the knights. And on the chessboard, the Jacks are the horses. Now, since it's a red knight, it's a white horse. You play for Team White. That card is a card of very interesting layers to it, because it's one of 3 cards in the French Gregorian system that doesn't move, and you don't have a spirit card. That is your spirit and earth card. That one is with the other 2, the King of Spades and the 8 of Clubs. That's in the French Gregorian system. But the knights are the ones that go into battle. This year, 2026, is tied to the Jacks. This is a Jack year. This is a knight year. In the French Gregorian system, it's the Knight of Swords. In the True Nature Tarot system, which to me is more accurate, it's the Knight of Cups, which is the Jack of Hearts. Looking for love. So the heart suit, if you're a heart suit, your primary driver in life is I feel my way through life. The hearts, the biology of the body. I feel my way through life. And the Jack, of course, is a romancer. It's a knight. So it has a lot of drive towards that, towards fulfilling its role with love. I would be paying attention to what's in your house of Aquarius. All the knights sit in the house of Aquarius. If you have any planetary influence there, that would give you an extra edge. I would also be looking to where your Uranus is, where your Kronos is located. That's what I would be looking at. And what your love signature is with Venus, and your testosterone drive with Mars. Those are the four main ones that I would take a look at with the Knight of Cups, the Jack of Hearts. I mean, I have a really good friend who's a Jack of Hearts. You make great managers because you're a knight. You're a king in training. So essentially you could say you're a king, but you're a king in training. The horses, the knights. Mr. JM4154 is asking, why do many people see repeating numbers? I get this question a lot. First you have to tie that to something in your life because there's a message there for you. I wouldn't be going online and asking these, you have these angelic numbers, and that's what the person that's writing it, that's what they are channeling through them. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be for you. So it's very vanilla. The answer I would give you is very vanilla because I don't know what's going on in your life. As a forensic detective, as a decoder myself, I'm looking at everything I get my hands on because everything is code. Everything can be measured in numbers. I can take a card and I can measure it. I can weigh it. It's got numbers and symbols on it, which I can put into language, get a numerical output of it. So it's not just a card. It's not just a 2.5 size wide, and it's not just how much it weighs, but it's the symbols and numbers on the card. The color even has a frequency to it. So it's too hard of it's too difficult. What are the words I'm looking for? I don't know why I'm kind of struggling tonight. I would be inauthentic if I gave you an answer on what the numbers mean in your life. Because I'd have to look at your life. I'd have to investigate your life. I would know what they mean for me because I would dig and look, but for me to tell you where to look is, I don't know. But I mean, if you look at the numbers, Kelly's 1111, does a 4 1s. I. The 1111 is I. It's a quadruple 1. So it's a focal point on you. And then 444 is tied to the heart chakra. It's tied to the moon. It's tied to Cancer. It's tied to your home. It's tied to your family. Maybe when you see 444, it's telling you to primarily focus on your home life. When you see 1111, maybe it's telling you to focus on you. Maybe you need to pay attention to you. That's how I would look at it from a numerology standpoint. Because these numbers, if they could talk, what would they tell you? What would a number say if it knocked at your door and you opened up the door and you had a 444 standing there in front of you? What would its personality be like? Well, it would be very structured, 4. It would be very much of a teacher and a student, 4. It would be very stubborn, 4. It would be very stable, 4. These are the traits of the 4, but you have a 4 3 times. So 4 magnified 3 times. So it's really challenging for me to tell you what these numbers mean for you when you're seeing them all over the place and they keep recurring for you on the clock, on billboards. Like, does this happen to me? Yeah, it does. You got to dig. I personally wouldn't be going and listen to these angelic numbers and all this stuff. I think it's a bunch of garbage. It's a distraction. My opinion, though, of course. You don't have to agree with my opinion. Really, if you have a lot of numbers that are following you and patterns of numbers that are following you, there's messages there for you. All you have to do, to be honest with you, is study the numbers 1 through 9 or 0 through 9. That's all you have to do. You need to learn the base fundamentals of numerology. That's all you really have to do. And so we created our website to give you kind of a head start on the Cosmic Sugar website. If you go to the Cosmic Sugar website, oh, not Spotlight. If you go to the, God, I can't even get it. Cosmic Sugar. I don't know what's going on tonight. If you go to the esoteric tab here and you click on the numerology, I have all the numbers, and all you need is to learn these single digits. That's it. I have the double digits here. I go up to the number 13. But if you're seeing 1111, go read about the number 1. What does it mean? And then you magnify it times 4 times. Simply just look at the 1. If you're seeing 4444 or 44, I have all the astrology signs attached to it. I'm going in the sequence of red being 1, orange being 2, yellow being 3, green being 4. The heart chakra, I have them in the sequence of the heart. I mean, in the chakras, the colors. What the ruler is. So maybe you need to go to your astrology chart. If you're seeing 444 and you need to look to the sign of Cancer. And is anything in there? And then you look at the transits. You can open up Stellarium, this website, and you can, this is an amazing website. This is the astronomy, the most accurate. And you could just type in the moon. And right now the moon is in Aries. Right now the moon is in Aries. Okay? For everybody. And if you can look up and see the sky, you'll see it's in Aries. Of course, people in tropical astrology will swear up and down it's in Taurus, but I can go outside and take a picture and completely obliterate that truth of theirs because it's not in Taurus. The moon's in Aries right now. But maybe you need to start the moon in Aries right now, the emotional payoffs are in me. There's a lot of self-centeredness right now with this moon in Aries because the moon combined with Aries is about Mars energy, which is me, and the moon is the emotional payoffs that you get with me. Anyway, that's what I would do with the numbers. Johnny Echo, what should we expect March 3rd eclipse? Anything. That's a really vanilla question and answer I could give you. I mean, if we go there, if we go to March 3rd, we take a look at the sky. There's the moon. Of course, the sun's going to be all the way over here. So the sun's going to be in Aquarius. And the moon's going to be in Leo, right at the foot, right at the one of the main stars, the nebula in Leo. Again, don't let these people online bamboozle you and tell you that the moon is in a different sign. But I think we're going to be in agreement here because even tropical, I think the moon actually I think is going to be in Virgo if you're in tropical. It can't be in 2 places at one time unless it's a cusp energy. But this is literally the Leo Aquarius axis. Right here. So the main focus will be on, or a heavy focus will be on Aquarius, and the sun is going to literally be in the pouring out. This is like the knowledge, if you will. Right next to this star right here. I can't even click on it because the sun is, it's taking over that space. But there's so many facets going on right here. But full moon in Leo. At the end of Leo. So a lot of focus on the moon, to me, is where your emotions play out. So this is where you get your dopamine, oxytocin if you're in a love relationship, serotonin, your feel-good principles. Well, it's in Leo. And Leo is the pride, it's the ego, it's the show-off. It's, the sun rules it. The sun's like, you always look at the sun. You always praise the sun when it comes out and it's cold out. So it gets a lot of worship. Indirectly, the sun does. So Leo gets a lot of worship by people because we all love the sun. Right? The sun comes up and it feels good. You get your tan. Then the moon comes in here. And the sun's blasting off the moon by way of Aquarius. So you're going to have energy coming over from Aquarius. I would expect that this eclipse right here will be there will be a lot of knowledge being downloaded. That's what I would say. Because you're having the sun in the spout of Aquarius, or in the water flow here. So I would be looking for downloads. You got Mars there in Aquarius as well. Mars is the masculine aspect of the sun. So I would be looking for a lot of knowledge to be delivered to you. And March 3rd is a 3, with 3 is expansion numerically, and March 3rd is the 7 of spades card. I think, or the 7 of, the 7 of spades. So there's going to be a lot of wisdom coming in on that day. Are you going to get prepared for it? That's what I would be looking for. Wisdom. Since the sun's in Aquarius, right in that water flow. Mr. Man B2K is asking, what does it mean if you have lots of planets in Sagittarius astrological chart? Well, the first question I would ask you before I even answer you, are you looking at masteringthezodiac.com? Because if you're looking at tropical, I'm not even going to give you an answer, because it is an inaccurate system of astrology when it comes to astronomy and looking at the sky. If your answer is, yeah, I'm using masteringthezodiac.com, well, then I'll tell you what it is, but I'd have to hear from you first. I don't even entertain tropical astrology because it's not lined up with the sky at all. It's way off. If you're using it, you're using a system of magic that's an overlay onto your raw data. Your true placements. Clembender, do you think that you can change your script? No. I haven't seen any evidence of that. Well, let me rephrase that. Maybe. But as a forensic decoder, as somebody who observes the code at the highest level, I have yet to see any evidence. I see no evidence of changing it. In fact, I see more of the more I observe it, the more I see I'm in tune with it, and it observes me back. Kind of in that way. But I don't see any evidence of changing your fate and destiny. What you must do is understand what your fate and destiny is, and then move towards it without any excuses, without trying to please anybody, without trying to ask anybody permission. What do you should never ask somebody, hey, what do you think I should do here? That is the worst thing to do, scripted or not. Because they're going to give you an answer based on how their code is, how their programming is. Same thing as if you're a parent and if you have a child, you shouldn't be raising that child and moving them towards the career field that you were in because it's secure and you've made money at it, unless they have the same code as you. It may be great. Think of it this way, folks. Everything that we do normally is always great in the beginning. right? If you do something, you probably do it because it makes you feel good. But the question would be is that feeling going to last? Is it going to last? An example of that is when you get into a brand new relationship. When you start dating somebody for the first time, you know, when you change outfits 5 or 6 times before you go on the date. You got to buy new clothes before you go on the date, new shoes. Why do we do these things? Because it's new, it's exciting, it's exhilarating. And then you make out for the first time and it's so, the dopamine floods, the oxytocin is like on turbocharge. Because it's new. But over time, that wears off. I'm not saying that you can't feel a rush of oxytocin when you make out again. But it's not the same. 5 years, if you move into a relationship and you go 5 years into the future, that kiss is not the same as it was when you first went on the date. And if anybody tells me, oh no, it is, you're lying to yourself. It's not the same. It's like trying to tell me that your car that has 300,000 miles is just as good as it was when it was brand new. That is BS. It is not. The newness wears off. I don't even know how I even got on this one. I don't even know where I was going. There's one of my tangents. Anyway, let's move ahead. Let's move along. What's up, Christine? Christine, it's Sunday, my dear. Saturday was yesterday. I usually do mine on Saturday, but it's great to have you here. I hope you're feeling good. Mr. Man B2K says 50 Cent changed his code and survived getting shot 9 times. What would be your best evidence to support that claim? What could you provide as evidence to support that 50 Cent changed his code? I already know the answer. You will have none. You'll just tell me, well, he went and did this. Okay, great. That is no evidence. You will not be able to come up with any evidence at all to support someone changing their code. If 50 Cent survived getting shot 9 times, that is what his fate and destiny called for. Not because he changed his code. Because that was his destiny. That's what he had to move towards. Jasmina says 50 Cent's code was to survive it. Ding, 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 ding. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. JM4154, you believe that our lives have been predetermined? Absolutely. I'm a determinist. This channel, we have countless layers of evidence to support determinism and a lack of free will. Mr. JM's talking about karma. Your opinion, what is my opinion on karma? I don't have an opinion on karma. There's no such thing as karma other than the definitions that we give it. Is it a real thing? Yes, because people give it definitions. That's like cause and effect. But the cause is predestined. So that means the effect is predestined. So there's no such thing as karma in a deterministic world. There's just cause and effect, which are predetermined. I'm going to show you some script. Tonight I have a like greatest hits of scripted reality. I'm going to go through that. I'm going to go through it in a little bit. Dean, why? Your avatar name's really tough. Dean is saying, I feel we build our own intuition into the field as we have the power to script our destiny. Well, what would be your best discovery? What would be your best evidence to support that? What can you give us? What can you provide everybody listening? What can you provide as evidence to support that you have the power to write your own destiny? I already know the answer. You won't be able to provide any, guys. It's just not possible. But we can look at the forensics. I can look at the trail left behind of a scripted reality. I know this is not what a lot of you want to hear. I know it pisses people off, and I know you're going to try to run out there and prove me wrong. I wish somebody could do it. I have yet to see any evidence of it yet. Matter of fact, we did a decode on free will. And even the neuroscience says, the studies show that the brain makes decisions milliseconds, sometimes seconds before you make the decision, which tells us that you're not in control of making the decisions. This is not my opinion. This is documented science. This is not like fluff or hearsay. This is real neuroscience. Anyway, let's get into some more questions. Anon Magus, how do you get Jack of Hearts as the yearly card? Well, I'm going off a tarot. See, these cards, these playing cards, these are a French design system, the 4 suits, around the 14th century. And if you do your research on the cards, these actually came from the tarot. And the tarot, when you research the tarot, you go all the way back to Egypt and even China. But the suits that we have today, the wands, the batons, and the cups, the chalices, those suits came before these. These are a French design system, or it is a French design system. So when I reconfigured everything with the True Nature calendar, what is the True Nature calendar? It's using 13 months of 28 days each. 13 times 28, 364. And then you get the one additional day as the Joker or the Fool card. And when you line that up with the spring equinox, which is our first day, because January 1st, as special as it is, because it is, it's not anywhere near, really, I mean, it's near the winter solstice. Winter solstice being on December 21st. Why would day number 1 not be on December 21st, the true winter solstice? Why would you put it on January 1st? That's not really anything special. Well, if you go to alchemy, you'll know that March 20th or the 19th is the 79th day of the year, which is gold. And I think that's probably the reason why they put the Gregorian calendar as January 1st. And then you also have the spring equinox, or I shouldn't say spring equinox, the fall equinox in the September region, where you have Rosh Hashanah. So it's a different set of standards. But what we did with the True Nature is we went to March 19th, 20th, or 21st, and that's where we started our calendar. And we correlated the cards and associated with them to each of the days all the way through the 364 days. And when you do that, it ends up converting a little bit different. So this year, 2026, whether you use the true nature calendar or the Gregorian, it's going to be a knight. For the Gregorian, it's the Jack of Spades, the Knight of Swords, which is attack. That's why the United States bombed Venezuela on January 3rd. That's a Knight of Swords day. January 3rd is also the Bitcoin Genesis Block Zero day, Knight of Swords. But if you convert it into the true nature, looking up with the solar aspect and the lunar aspect, it becomes the Knight of Cups, the Jack of Hearts. Which is it? Both. Both knights. One is attacking, one is looking for love, one is looking for peace and harmony. One is war, and the other one is just, the anti-war, if you will. Angela's asking about aliens. What do I think about aliens? Well, on the table, right, is the fake alien invasion using the blue beam technology, using, holographic technology to stage that. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you can't rule it out, because we are literally merging with the meta. I don't have the slides. I wish I did. I have them on my other computer. I have this presentation I'm going to put out on, let me just see if I can do this on the fly with all of you, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. If you go to, I was looking at the Super Bowl in 1984.
Garrett.
And when you look at the quality of this, now I know this is, downloaded and the quality becomes more grainy, right? But this is the technology back in 1984. And when you look at even when they put something up on the screen like this, like all of this is, look at the symbol on the helmet, right? This is 1984. This is what it looked like. And even if you go to the guys in the booth, I don't know if I can find, like, this is a close-up. That would be a close-up, right? The quality of the video. And this is NFL Network, so they probably clean this up, right? So it's pretty good. 1984, this is what you watched on television, right? The quality. Look at the font and text they put on the screen. And then even the guys in the booth, I mean, look at the score that they have that they put on here when they splash it up. Look at the quality of graphics they put on the screen, right? 1984. Now you go to 2024 Super Bowl, and now this is the quality that we're getting. Look at the quality of this. Look at what they're putting on the screen, folks. There's not even any comparison on the quality of the screen, the quality of the characters. All of it is digital now. The screens are bigger. Look at the quality of that compared to 1984. Compared to this game. So that is, we're literally merging with machine. This is literally becoming and going into this universe. The quality of this, and see, this is what people don't really pay attention. I don't think people pay attention to this stuff. But I have every 10 years, 1974, 84, 94, 2004, 2014, and 2024. I have all of them lined up, and the plays on the field and the graphics on the field, you can start to see the technologically advanced layers of our reality moving. And that's what's happening. We're moving into a perfected society. You can see it with just 1984 and the quality of the game on the screen and what they were splashing up as graphics, and then the graphics of now. And the camera angles, and they have them on, they have them on the strings, and they can go way down, and everything's becoming lighter and easier to do that. So the frames are getting easier, and even the instant replay. This is how you don't get the game wrong with the calls. Back in 1984, they didn't have the instant replay that we have now. Because it's not grainy anymore. When a referee goes and looks at the instant replay, it's crystal clear. And you can zoom in and it doesn't depixelate because of the technology. So when you zoom in to see if someone's knee was down on the ground to get the first down as they're going out of bounds, it's much easier to get the call right now than back in 1984. So even sports is becoming more and more precise. And then you move that into our reality of facial recognition, and everything's tracked and traced. Perfected society. So I was talking about the alien invasion, and I went off into that thing. So I think that the reason why I showed the technology is because that's what we're up against. We're up against a technology where you can't tell what's real and what's not real. I mean, when you sit down and you watch a TV show or a movie, you start crying or you start getting angry. Why are you having an emotional reaction to something that's not even real? Why are you on the edge of your seat and grabbing your seat, pinching your skin when it's not real? So when you actually see something in real life that you would call it, and it's a holographic image, you ain't going to be able to tell most people aren't going to be able to tell the difference. So we're up against that. That's a possibility. And then there really, truly may be a disclosure coming. Time will tell. Jay Scramarella says, ever since I stopped dating, I've had so much peace in my life. You will. If you can get into a platonic relationship, which is a friendship, if you take sex out of the equation of the relationship, you're free in so many ways. Do you realize how many people spend just focusing on trying to get sex? Do you realize how many people stress over that? You get the comedy of like, I got a headache, don't want to have sex, I got a headache, or I'm busy, or I'm tired, and then your partner gives you this guilt trip because they want to get some and you're tired. It's friction, it's static. Why can't just people say, okay, no problem? Because then it becomes a pattern, and now you're not putting out, and now your partner's like, and then they start cheating on you. So then you have drama going on there. Start looking elsewhere. So when you eliminate dating from your life, you're essentially free from that. Now, if you want to engage in dating, you should automatically know the same thing as if you were to get a puppy, you might as well realize that you're going to bury that dog. You're going to have to go through all the suffering. More than likely, that's what's going to happen. If you're a young person and you get a dog or a cat right now, you're going to probably bury it. People don't think that way, though. I do. So knowing that you're going to have to go and spend probably thousands of dollars on medical bills, on vet bills, knowing that you're probably going to have to spend a ton of money on whatever it is to keep it alive when it gets older, because that's what people do. They try to keep it alive as long as they can because they're attached to it, and that's what happens when you get a pet. But eventually you're going to have to bury it or cremate it. You're going to have to watch it die. And if you've never done that before, well, you will. If you have done that and you go get another dog to replace or another cat to replace, you're going to do it again. So the thing is that if you're going to get a pet, realize that you're probably going to watch it die. You're going to have to euthanize it or put it down, and you're going to go through all that emotional pain. Do you want to do that? That's strategy in life, right? Same thing with a relationship. If you start dating somebody right now, you're going to have to buy them gifts on Valentine's Day. You're going to have to buy them gifts on Christmas. You're going to expect things. They're going to expect things from you. And there will be drama. There is no relationship that I know of that says, oh yeah, we don't fight. Come on, man. Who are you kidding? So they're fulfilling. So on one side of the coin, I look at everything in yin yang. On one side of the coin, relationships, beautiful. You get some sex, it's great. Kissing, your oxytocin is off the charts. Feels good. You get to hold hands, cuddle, do all that kind of stuff. Absolutely, it's beautiful. But with that comes the suffering of drama and fighting and sacrifice and all the other stuff that becomes a liability. You can't have a relationship without the yin-yang principle. You can't have anything without the yin-yang principle. You know, like my air conditioner in Mexico, it's right above me. I have a mini split, right? What's the asset of the air conditioner? Makes me feel comfortable, removes the humidity when it's really hot outside and humid outside here in the Caribbean. But what are the liabilities of it? Well, when you bottle up, for me, when you close the windows and you bottle up the room and you blow that thing out, it messes with my chest, my lungs, my breathing. Because essentially you're breathing in whatever's the air conditioner's pumping out. You have to constantly clean the filters. There can be, germs in there, bacteria, you're breathing that stuff in. It's really not that healthy to run an air conditioner all the time. That's a liability of it. But the assets, of course, it's comfortable, it makes you feel good. So everything has a yin-yang principle to it. Going into the choice of, am I going to get it or am I not going to get it? That's the difference maker of being a strategic person. So when Jay says, ever since I stopped dating, I've had so much peace in my life, well, that's if you don't date anymore, if you remain celibate and single, you have removed a big layer of the potential of drama in your life. But you've also removed the aspect of like sex and orgasms and, with somebody else. And dating and oxytocin and having that love feeling, which a lot of people are addicted to. I get it. But you don't get that. You remove it off the table. It's a move where I'm not going to have that in my life, and I'm okay with the benefits of not getting them, but then I don't have to worry about the liabilities. Same thing with getting a dog or a cat as a puppy. You're going to watch it die. Do you want to go through that? Is it worth it to you to spend 10 or 15 years with a dog or a cat and then have to euthanize it or watch it die or get run over by a car? Do you want to go through that emotional burden in your life? Because you will. It's part of what it means to have a pet. If you don't want to go through the death and the euthanization and all the thousands of dollars you're going to probably spend on vet bills and maybe getting run over by a car, if you don't want to go through all that emotional aspect, don't get the pet. And you've cut that liability in your life. The asset is, man's best friend and woman's best friend, and dogs are amazing. I mean, I've grown up with animals my entire life. But the worst part is, the liability sector of life with pets. And I know a lot of you that have pets, you would change it. I get that. And maybe you're saying that because you haven't gone through the death of them yet and all the pain and suffering that you go through. If you have a pet right now, again, I'm just telling you, you're going to outlive the pet. And you're going to have to go through all the emotional roller coaster that's going to come with that. That's part of the contract that you signed up for. Part of your script that you have to go through. JM4154, your opinion on karma, you do bad upon another, you will suffer the consequences. It's cause and effect. There's no way to measure that though, by the way. There is no way to measure the cause and effect of karma that you're talking about. Because I already know there's people out there that do shitty things to people all the time and there's no effect on the cause of what they're doing. You can't measure it like, oh, here comes your karma because you did bad on that person. There's no way to measure or gauge it. It's impossible, actually. Because you could say, oh yeah, here's my karma. People say it all the time, right? Oh yeah, that's your karma. You did bad on that person. That's why that's why your life is shit right now. How do you know? How do you know that that's the karma, the effect from the cause of them treating somebody really bad? You don't. You're guessing. So what? Then when that's over, when that week of disaster life is over, now they're free from the consequences of what they did through the cause of why they received the karma in the first place. So that next week when something shitty happens, what would you label that as? So again, it's impossible. It is absolutely impossible to gauge karma, that you would call it. It's an impossibility. It's only a guess. Neater Rafi 77, how to use mind power to manifest anything I want. Well, let me know how that goes. Let us know how that goes. I've been studying the law of attraction for a long time. Been to seminars, huge fan of Bob Proctor. The majority of people that try to do mind control and all that stuff doesn't work. I'm not saying it doesn't work, but if everybody could have the power of the law of attraction and use it to their advantage to get whatever they want, how would life look like? What would life look like? Bob Proctor, who was an amazing human being, he's a 10 of diamonds. You know why the guy was in The Secret and had Born Rich and done all the things I've recommended to people? Like, if you want to learn this and you feel that it's going to be part of your code, it's all destined for you anyway, go on YouTube and watch Born Rich. Watch it every day for a year. And see if your life changes. Maybe it will, and you know what you'll say? It's because of Born Rich. And if it doesn't change your life, you'll just make an excuse as to why it didn't work. But the real truth is, it was your fate and destiny. If it works, it was supposed to work for you. If it doesn't work, it wasn't supposed to work for you. See, I've decoded Bob Proctor. Bob Proctor is the 10 of diamonds. He was born in the month of July in the city of Toronto. He was a 10 of diamonds, fortunate blessings card. So he already had a card of fate and destiny that was leaning towards being successful. Tom Brady, 10 of diamonds, 7 Super Bowl rings. Jim Carrey, 10 of diamonds. So it's fate and destiny that gives you what you got in your life, folks. Those are the receipts to back it up. Bob Proctor not only has the 10 of diamonds, but his Rahu is in Capricorn in his astrological chart. Capricorn's the 10th sign. His 10 of diamonds, the fortunate blessings card, sits right in the sign of Capricorn, where his Rahu is, his desire. So he had already embedded in his fate and destiny a drive of money and wealth. He already had a card of fortunate blessings. He was born in the 5th, which is, not being satisfied with anything. So that was an additional factor to his code. His destiny was to do what he did. If everybody could do what he did, the world would not look the way it does. People would still be going to seminars because they get it figured out. That's why studying what you are in your code is the most essential thing. And if you do, it was part of your fate and destiny. If you don't, it was part of your fate and destiny. I'm not trying to convince anybody. But I don't know why you wouldn't study your code. I don't know why anybody here, by listening to what I'm telling you, I don't know why that doesn't even interest you. Well, I do know why it's not part of your code. Some of you just don't, astrology, numerology, it's okay, but it doesn't tickle your esoteric funny bone. Not part of your code. You're going to find it other ways. Some people don't even have to try. I've done readings for people that are extremely wealthy and they've never had a reading done before, and then they give them the reading and then they're like, oh, that's why. Yeah, that's why I'm wealthy, because of this. Now I see why. And then it gives them the reassurance that they're on the right path. Some people doubt their paths, and then you get a reading, astrology, numerology, cosmic codes, the cards, the tarot, you start looking at it and it supports the lifestyle, and then you're all in at that point. Most people that I've done readings for, they're already all in. But when you give them the reading to support all of what they're doing, man, then they're off like a rocket. Then there's no doubt about it. Most people that are wealthy that I do a reading for, they don't even have any doubts already. That's all they know, because that was their fate and destiny. Jason Bashir's in the house. Give a shout out to RKX 138. Jason, I'm looking forward. We're doing our podcast on Saturday the 28th. Looking forward to that. I'm glad to hear that you're looking at astrology. Make sure you're doing the true sidereal that we use, the Mastering the Zodiac. We'll talk a little bit more about your code when we get together. You were born on the June 9th, your birthday. Same birthday as Michael J. Fox, by the way. 8 of diamonds in the French Gregorian system. That's the 160th, 161st day of the year. That's the golden. You literally have the golden ratio birthday. Common in leap year, June 9th. It's pretty amazing, your birthday. But you're 8 of diamonds. You sit in the crown line. Your spirit card is the Queen of Swords. So no bullshit nonsense. That's why you're so good at the historicity and the chronology, because you got the Queen of Swords as your spirit card. She doesn't play around, man. She's just like, you want to come at me? I got my sword, dude. You don't even want to come here. So I see it, man. And the 8 of diamonds is the card that's hard at work. Your birth card is a Jupiter expanding card, and whatever you end up putting your resources into can really get magnified. And of course, this is why I've watched you personally. Archaics, I mean, when you came on to the Syncretism Society with me and Santos, I don't remember how many followers you had. I think like 1,000, something crazy. And now you're at almost 200,000. So I've been able to watch you grow, and I just laugh because of your code. And your YouTube channel started, I don't remember what day it was, but you're the 6 of Spades, which is the 6 of Swords, which is transitioning. It's tied to the solar and lunar eclipses. I would be doing, if I was in your shoes, I'd be doing very special broadcasts on the eclipses, because that's your YouTube channel. Your YouTube channel is literally tied to the 6 of Spades, 6 of Swords, which is tied to the lunar and solar eclipses. That's what I would be personally doing, for sure. We can talk more about that when we get together. But thanks for supporting being here, man. But I'm like, when I see Jason Bashir's, I know why, he's doing the things he's doing. You could see it in the freaking in the cards. I haven't even looked at his astrology chart. I don't have it in memory. I don't remember really what it looked like. But I think you have Pluto in the first house. I think I remember that, and that says a lot. That says a lot. So on the 28th, ladies and gentlemen, Saturday, the 28th, this coming Saturday, I'm going to be on RKX, I think at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. I don't know what we're going to talk about, but it's going to be fun. I know I'm going to do some listening, because I like listening to what he's got to say. It's fun. Yeah, there's people that are stuck in Puerto Vallarta. Flat Earth Dave. He's a cool dude, man. I like Dave. He's a nice guy. Always happy, always optimistic. Marcel the Magos says, I got the Queen of Clubs. Awesome. Queen of Clubs, card 25 in the French Gregorian system. Another Queen, the Queen of Clubs, Queen of Wands, card 35 in the Tarot. Simulation. The queens create the simulation. Not the males. The kings oversee the simulation. The queens create the simulation. So Jason Bashir's got the Spirit card, the Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords is tied to the flower of life. It's tied to the flower of life because the queens are the birthers of the simulation. Not the kings. The kings oversee it. The queens give the birth to. So when you get the Queen of Clubs, Santos Bonacci, Queen of Clubs in the French Gregorian system, March 24th, 1999 is when the Matrix movie came out. Queen of Clubs, simulation. Queens give birth to the simulation. The kings oversee it. That's why the queens have all the power, man. Whether you're a male or female, if you're a queen in the deck, man, lights out, baby. All the power. The females run this reality. That's why I would imagine why especially the Bible is a patriarchal book. They're afraid of the matriarchal. That's what I would probably say. I mean, the Bible is really a Mars book. It's a Mars energy, which Jason talked about in his, I can't remember what video he did, but he was talking about the Babylonian lineup of astrology. And he talked about how Aries is the shepherd. In Babylonian astrology, Aries, the ram, when you go all the way back to ancient Mesopotamia and the Babylon, the lineup, you're going to get the man, the shepherd man. I think that's what they call it. But that's Mars. Mars is the ruler traditionally of the first house. That's why it's your head. First house is your mind, the way you think, your drive, your ambition, your identity. That's Mars. That's your testosterone. Where am I going to go? What am I going to do? What do I desire? Who am I horny about? Like, I'm horny. That's Mars. And if it's not a person, it's going to be about an idea or a business plan or a company you're going to create. That's Mars energy. And right below Mars is Taurus, the bull, Venus. Venus rules Taurus. Inanna, Ishtar, the consort of Mars. If you go all the way back to ancient Babylon, it's Dumuzidid, I think it's called. I probably butchered that. And Inanna as the consort. It's Mars and Venus energy. It's Aries and Eris and Aphrodite. Male, female. Sex. The first and second house. Your second house is going to be where you start to collect things. You start to mate with Venus. Mars starts to mate with Venus. Second house. If you look at your second house, you can tell how you're going to earn your money. What zodiac sign is in the second house will tell you what your best ways to earn money are, which will be influenced by where your Taurus energy is and if there's any zodiacs, are there any celestials in the sign of Taurus. Where Venus is, who's the ruler of Taurus. That's what your love signature is. If you got Venus in the second house, the love of money. It's going to be more dominant for some of you that have Venus in the second house. And then what's on the outside of that zodiac wheel? Well, that's going to tell you a lot about your career, how you're going to earn your money. Yeah, Bobby, you got Mars in the second house. And then you look at your Mars card in the playing cards in this book. You can predict your life based upon this book. Every year this changes. And you start to read the cards. These are fixed into nature. I don't really do the predictions. Sharon does. My friend Sharon Jeffers, you get a reading from her. She'll tell you an overview of what your life's going to look like for for your birthday. It's a powerful system because it's a system of magic. So we live in a world of magic, man. Alejandro is asking, thank you so much for your support. I appreciate that. What's your take on the whole prison planet, Archons, Lush? Well, I have a whole series on prison planet. I have 5 of those. I've done a presentation on the Archons, which was a huge success in this community. And I also have done one on Loosh. So I'll just show you really quickly. I'll just show you one layer to it. Loosh in the English is 69. Now, Loosh is the terminology given for what your energy is being harvested for or on. Loosh. That's harvesting, 69. So then I just go to the tarot and I want to get the 69th card. And what is it? The Five of Pentacles. See? So what this card means is duality. It's got the duality right there in the numbers. And these numbers are the golden ratio. This symbol is the golden ratio as it spins out. This one spins in. Right? This is the sign of Cancer. Cancer is the fourth sign. Now you tie it to the heart chakra. So it's what's in your heart. What you desire emotionally is tied to Loosh. And this is the card assigned to Loosh. And what this card means is duality. These people right here are out in the cold. But behind them is a church. Of course, there's always these religious references designed to harvest you. Another harvesting aspect. So, if you go inside the church, you'll be saved from the cold. But what this card doesn't tell you is if you go into the church, your energy will be harvested just as much as when you're on the outside, looking in. That's Loosh. And what's amazing about Loosh is it actually gives the same exact outcome as circles, because everything goes in circles. Circles is radium and Ra. It goes around and around and around. That's the samsara wheel. And when we did the YouTube Decoded, this is the card of YouTube. Broadcast yourself. And when you broadcast yourself, you're essentially giving energy. Like this channel that I have, or we have, is a channel that broadcasts ourselves. And this energy is being harvested. What's harvesting it? I don't know. I could give you a million different ideas. But I know that we live in a battery. I know this reality is a battery. And that's why we have two arms, two legs, positive and negative. I know that the right hand, if you're right-handed, is the giving hand, and the left hand is the receiving hand. This is the right-hand path. This is the left-hand path. This is the path of the taker. The left-hand path takes from the right. I'm going to give you, and I'm going to take from you. The right-hand path is tied to just do the right thing. You've heard of that terminology before, right? Just do the right thing. Yeah, right-hand path. That's why Jesus says, cast your nets to the right side of the boat. Right-hand path. That's where the sun rises. The Christos, the light. Cast your nets to the right side of the boat so you can get recycled back into the game, because that's where the sun is reborn, the resurrection. And the right side of the brain is the emotional side of your brain. The left side, that's the sunset, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This side, tree of life, tree of knowledge of good and evil. But they work in unison. And we know that because when you go to Revelation 3 verses 15, where Jesus is talking to the church of Laodicea in Turkey, he's asking them to pick hot or cold. Why would Jesus want you to pick? We know that to be true. We'll just go on that tour again. Right? When you go to Revelation 3 verses 15, this is Jesus talking to the church of Laodicea right here. And he's telling them, hey, I know you guys. I can see you guys, and you're not hot or cold. You're lukewarm, see? But I wish you would choose. Now, the question I have is, why the hell is Jesus wanting you to pick something when he's supposed to be the only way? Why is he offering you a choice? It should just be, hey, just go this way. No, I wish you were hot or cold. What is the hot or cold? Well, then you just use the same chapter and verse, and you go to Genesis. Genesis chapter 3, verses 15. And now you have the hot and cold, which is the head and the heel. This is where God's talking to the serpent, and it says, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between her seed and your seed. Yeah, your seed and her seed are the same exact things that Jesus talks about picking the hot or cold. Same chapter, same verse, first book of the Bible, last book of the Bible. Why? Because the head and the heel are the hot and the cold that Jesus wants you to pick from. Both of them will get you recycled back into the game. That's why you want to go lukewarm. That's why he says, I'll spit you out of my mouth. You can't be in someone's mouth unless, you can't get spit out unless you're already inside of it. So this is allegorical, of course. But this is talking about the belly of the beast, and that's what we're in. We're inside the belly. You could say we're underwater. You're in like a snow globe. Same chapter, same verse. First book, last book. Head and heel, hot, cold. Sun, moon. Cast your nets to the right side of the boat, sun, Christos. Left side, moon, knowledge. The sun at night. That's hot or cold. The cold light is the moon. The hot light is the sun. In Greek, it's zestos, hot. Sikros is cold. But Jesus wants you to pick one. I don't know why he would want you to pick hot or cold. There should just be one choice to get out. No, he wants you to choose. So when you go to the Matrix, they use that, and this was Neo visiting the architect. Choice is the problem. Choice. Mr. Biscuits asks, if we have no free will, why would he wish for us to choose? It's an illusion. If you watch that scene of the architect and Neo, when he picks, remember the scene, man, when he chooses Trinity over saving Zion, you go look at the face of the architect. He's angry because he picks Trinity. Or he has an emotional reaction, I should say. I'm not saying I take that back. I don't know if he was angry, but he has an emotional reaction because he picked Trinity. Go watch the scene. Now, that's a scene that they portrayed, that movie. I'll show you right now what the whole Trinity thing is. And I don't know how you get these characters that way. But here is the last names. This is how big the last names are, right? Carrie Ann Moss and Keanu Charles Reeves. These are the two characters, the main characters in the Matrix. See the number 140? So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go to the Tree of Life in Hebrew, and I'm going to grab the Tree of Knowledge of Good and Evil right here. Take a wild guess what the numerology is of it in Hebrew. 140. Because you see, Neo chasing Trinity keeps the duality going. That's why you're seeing this. And on top of that, the 140th overall letter in the Torah is part of the word light. The light. The light creates the game of life. Which we just covered it in the 137 decoded. The 137th overall letter in the Torah is Hey, which is the window. God watching you, which is part of the light. Digit 137, 138, 139, and 140 is all part of the 37th word in the Torah, which says the light. That's why people say, don't go into the light. Who the hell knows, man? How do we know not to go into the light? No one's ever died and being able to prove that they've done that and then come back and say, don't go into the light. I think it's a fun idea, but we don't know. Nobody knows. Hollywood is, if you haven't got my free book, I did show you guys. If you go to the Spotlight website, you go to my book section. I have 3 books. I have another one coming out, but this one right here is absolutely complimentary to download. It's called Alchemical Cities. I'll give you a real life example that's in the book. You can download it for free. Right? Groundbreaking material, because no one's ever put this out, and I don't take any credit for it, by the way, because it's whatever's channeling through me is putting this out, so I take no credit. This is not me bragging at all, but I'm just telling you this is groundbreaking material. So this is the book is based on this, and I have this as an example. It's based on latitude, longitude, and I have Hollywood in the book, right? Hollywood, California, the entertainment capital of the world. What is its latitude, longitude? 34 and 118. 34 and 118 is its latitude, longitude. So then what we do is we go to the periodic table and we try to figure out what elements on the periodic table represent Hollywood. Now, there are several ways to do it. You can go right to, it's 34 degrees north. You can go right to 34, selenium. Now, I want you to think about this, right? If you don't think this is legit, like, oh, you're just making that up. Well, go get the book. You'll see I'm not making it up. So the one way you can do it is you can just match the latitude. You can do this with your city. You can match the latitude for the city itself, which is 34 degrees, and the element selenium, 34. Now, what makes this so obvious is that Hollywood uses the false light. And when I say false light, I mean the light that doesn't come naturally from the sun. The moon doesn't give off any of its own light. That's why it moves in the phases that it does. And if you go to this big company here, DreamWorks Pictures, their logo is a man on a moon. Right? Why? Because the moon is the reflector of the sun. The cold light. So right off the bat, latitude north of Hollywood, 34, matches the element called selenium, which is the moon. And then the next one is the 118, and we now have Oganesson, the very last element that we have known, the 118. And all I have to do is figure out what this 118 is, right? This is a synthetic element. This is not found in nature. Synthetic. What is a movie? A movie, is it real? Is a movie real? No, it is not real. It is a synthetic layer to our reality because it is created. It is not a natural way of life. A movie is synthetic. This is a synthetic element. So then all I have to do is look up this, because I know this by heart, is that Jesus Christos, the numerology of Christos, take a wild guess. What do you think that is in the Greek? In the modern Greek, it's 118. Christos is the sun. Well, the sun is what reflects off the moon. So you literally have the longitude of Hollywood. Hollywood means magic. And there's the 118. So you have the moon and Christos, the sun and the moon, which in the movie business is all about the xenon bulb in the movies, which we've shown this. This bulb is what creates the movie. Inside here, it lights up and it projects onto the screen. This is, you could say, the firmament that we're under, the self-contained system, if that's how it works. I'm completely theorizing here. I can't prove it. But this right here is maybe the rendition of what we live inside of. Xenon. And when you go look at, if you watched my presentation on men are from Mars, women are from Venus, the word love is 54, and xenon is the 54th element. What does this mean? Well, we're in a love story. And the love story that we're in is tied to what was the one? I can't remember what the 54 was. Oh. The vagina. See, this looks like a vagina, doesn't it? It is. It does. Absolutely. Come on, let's be real. Not being sexual or perverted. I'm telling you, this is the vesica piscis. This is the Venus flytrap, the vagina. Right? Because we're stuck here by way of love. You came out through the vagina, the portal. Everybody here came out through a vagina. And you came out because of love. Somebody wanted to create you. It was probably lust, but the lust turned into love. The 54. And the 54 is the movie. The Hollywood movie is tied to xenon, the bulb. And xenon bulbs create the movie. And that's what we're stuck inside of, folks. We're stuck inside of a movie. I promise you we are. I have a lot of evidence to back it up. Go watch the Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus presentation. Tons of receipts in there to back it up. That we live inside of a movie. It's already been written. It's kind of the same situation as if you go watch your favorite show or movie and you press play. Can you yell at the actor or actress and tell them, don't go over there, go on that side? Do you think they're going to listen to you? Can you change the outcome of the movie? No, the answer is absolutely not. It's an impossibility for you to change the outcome of what the movie or show is that you're watching. Once it is filmed and recorded, it is an impossibility to change it. And that's the idea of this scripted reality. Is that you're living through fate and destiny. It's already been recorded and God pressed play. And now you're going about doing that's why everything happens for a reason and shit becomes synchronistic in your life. And you just say, oh, that's kind of cool. Wow, what a synchronicity. Yeah, life is a synchronicity. Life is a cult. The whole entirety of life is a cult. Your life's a cult. My life's a cult. We try to get people to join our cults. Believe in me and what I got to say. I got the truth. That's what we do. Some people market it up more than others. But the truth about it is if we lined up all our truths on a table, there are going to be what we would call errors in there. That creates friction and drama. And that's what this reality feeds off of. Drama. This reality loves drama. That's what keeps the battery charged. Fighting and arguing and debating. And it is inevitable that it will happen because people have egos. People want to be right. People don't want to sacrifice. Michael Byers, what's your take on my birthday, Venus and Sun almost on top of each other? I don't know what sign they're in. What sign are they in? What house are they in? Cosmic 137, a mathematical holographic reality. You could say that. I mean, there's so many different terminologies that you can define it by. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gone back to ancient Babylon. I've started looking at ancient Sumeria and Babylon and and Sumer and the cultures back then. And it's no different than the cultures now. It was a scripted reality back then. It's a scripted reality now. I don't really know how else to say it. Yeah, so all right, so you guys and gals want to see my little scripted reality greatest hits? I'm gonna show you some evidence of not having choices. Would you like to see some of those? I haven't done a scripted reality in a while. If you're interested in seeing a scripted reality, if you want the evidence, go to my playlist and go to the scripted reality series. I have 34 of them, I think. No, more than 36, 37, I think. Michael Byers there. Your Venus and Sun are in the 7th house of Gemini. So your 7th house, by default, is the house of relationships. So you're here to experience relationships. And you're here to experience multiple relationships because Gemini is multiplicity. The twins. Gemini is the 3rd zodiac sign, which is expansion. So expansion through relationships. So again, when I tell people, yeah, celibacy for the win and being single is the way to not have any drama in your life, and some of you are not coded that way. What I'm telling you is that my truth is not cookie cutter. I am not the final answer in your life. Some people are designed to experience relationships. Some people are designed to not experience them. Some people are designed to have really dramatic relationships. Some people are designed to have beautiful relationships that they'll just swear up and down made their life better. So when you have Venus and the Sun in the 7th house, that's the house of relationships. The expansion of love through relationships. Multiple relationships, Gemini. And then you'd want to see where your Mercury is. Your love signature is through Gemini. That's you could date several different people at the same time. That may be what you like. You may hide it from them. And remember, what's happening to you right now, don't think, well, I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing that. You don't know what's going to happen 5 years from now. Your life is going to probably be way different 5 years from now. It's going to be different a year from now. Everything is temporary. Nothing is permanent. Something could happen in your life and shift it into that direction, and now you're doing something that you never thought you would be doing. I never thought I'd be doing this. People say, never in a million years did I think I'd be doing that. That's me. I never thought I would be doing this type of research. Never saw it coming. But when I go and look at my astrological chart, I can back it up and show you why I was destined to be this person. Yeah, I've been married exactly. I've been married 3 times. Why was I married 3 times? I got Saturn in the 7th house. Saturn is known as the planet of karma, the Lord of the Rings, the wedding band. Taurus is in my 7th house. Venus, love, karmic love. My marriages were all part of my contracts. And I was destined to go to prison. I got the card of the prison in the French Gregorian system. Literally, the 8 of Spades is the card of the prisoner. Serving out a life sentence, which is what every single one of you are doing. You are in prison and you're serving out a life sentence. Imagine you have to go to prison, right? And you get a life sentence. What do people do when the judge gives them a life sentence without the possibility of parole? You set up shop. That's your home now. Well, you don't know that you're in prison. A lot of you don't feel that you're in prison, but you are. And you've set up shop. You've created a household. You have a family. You got a job. You can get a job in prison. It's a lot of things you do in prison that you do out here and out of prison. That's why we have Prison Planet, the whole series. It's such a paradox. Elemental MUZ. Hopefully you and Zach can end the Cork War and come to some agreement. At least agree to disagree. I tried that. I tried to do that on the podcast that we originally did. He was actually, when I did the podcast with him, which it got removed because something was said, I don't know if it was him or me, that YouTube yanked it. And I didn't save it because it was live. It was a really good, actually a good conversation between him and I, because we didn't yell and scream. We didn't call each other names. He allowed me to talk. I allowed him to talk. So I thought we did a great job during the podcast. We're just at different facets. He thinks the Jesuits are running everything, and I think the Jesuits are being run themselves. So he may be right in the aspect of they're doing their job, which I've said, but they're not in control of the reality that he thinks they're operating. And it's far more detailed than just the Jesuits. It's just one organization out of a whole bunch of other ones. It's a big ingredient list of things that are operating this reality. So the reason why I don't want to collaborate with him is just because I'll just be honest, he's an asshole. And if you watched my Zach Hubbard Decoded Part 2, it's just him crying like a little baby. Somebody had sent me something. He called me out on one of his videos, and he's fabricating things about me. Telling people that I'm from Hollywood, which I'm not. Telling people that I'm a shill because I was in Hollywood and I'm in the movie and I'm trying to get one past you. Telling people all these fabrications about me which are just not true. So why would I even want to attempt to go and do a podcast with somebody that is behaving that way? I don't hang out with people like that. So he's a little whiny little boy, and I don't hang out with whiny little boys. I think he's very intelligent, yes. I respect that he's a content creator, yes. Does he have valuable content for what he's doing? Yes. But until he can grow up and be mature, there's no point of even, it's not even a matter of agreeing or disagreeing. You got to grow up, man. Like, it's time to grow up. Take the diaper off. You know, like you think nobody has it all figured out. We all have our truths lined up. And if we line all our truths up, everybody, and you actually start to get monitored with your truths. Like, if your truths got audited, there's going to be truths in there that are just not true. When it comes to 1 + 1 = 2 facts. That goes for me. It goes for everybody. When you can come to that realization, you graduate from the diaper to the underwear. You move into a man status. In my case. That doesn't mean you have superiority over anybody. It just means that when you graduate from realizing that your truth is not cookie cutter, and you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, but you haven't got it all figured out, you graduate, right? I don't have it all figured out. My truth is not cookie cutter. What I say is not your final answer. Before the majority of my videos, I put a disclaimer on there so people can see that I'm not trying to, these are my opinions and truths. I don't really do that anymore because people just want to get right to the presentation. But I've made it known for so long now. I don't, I'm not hiding. I don't pretend to be something. So that's why I don't want to collaborate with somebody like that. Now, again, if he can be more mature and I think he has value and all this stuff, but I also think he has to move past the whole Jesuit thing. But that may just be his complete code. He's actually feeding that organization. By broadcasting it and broadcasting it and broadcasting it, he's actually making it bigger and stronger. Because there's a lot of people that follow him that have this hate energy, and they use that energy because it's harvesting. They're going to use it as fuel. And then people say, oh, I know it's the truth because my channel keeps getting deleted and all this. That's not the reason why. No. It's all part of the game, man. All part of the movie. Yeah, Michael Byers, you got Hollywood hair. Yeah, it's my look. It's my hair. I got too much gel in my hair. I got this. It's something. And why do you have to be like that as a person? Something's missing inside of you when you got to go to that level. You get these people that are making videos. They're just hammering people like, oh, look at this person. Like, that's the best code you got. I'm so glad I didn't get that code of some of those people out there that are making videos about people and trying to put them down and make fun of them and all that stuff, all these content creators. Man, it makes me grateful that I didn't get that. What a low-life code that you got. I'm so glad I didn't get that. Such a low-frequency code, man. It's a pretty popular code, though. People run right to it. I don't know how the world grows up when you have a lot of people following you and you're just putting people down and you're hammering people, and and you see how many followers people have with this kind of code, and that's why the world is not growing up like it should. All right, let me give you guys let me give you a scripted reality greatest hits. Here we go. I don't know how many. Let me see how many slides I got here. 24. So I have so much material. I just thought tonight it would be cool to put it all together, right? This is just some of the stuff I haven't released before. This is my evidence that we're not in control of this reality. Okay, this is my evidence. So I'm going to start here with Robbie Van Leeuwen. You probably don't know who he is. He's a Dutch musician, and he was in the band Shocking Blue, and he wrote the song Venus. You know that song, I'm Your Venus? You know that song? Bananarama made it really popular from the 80s. He's the guy who wrote Venus. Well, his birthday, October 29th, 1944, on the Gregorian calendar, is exactly the same outcome as Aphrodite. Coincidence? The guy writes a song called Venus. Bananarama makes it huge. It was a huge hit in the 80s. He writes a song about Venus, and his birthday numbers add up to Aphrodite, the original Greek Aphrodite spelling of it. Do you think this is just coincidence? You think the guy actually knew that? And he's like, I'm going to write a song about Venus because my birthday adds up to 102. Scripted reality. His birth card is the same as December 25th, the birthday of the Christ. That's because Jesus is Venus. I am the bright morning star. December 25th, 6 of hearts. Card number 6 in the French Gregorian system. Card number 42 in the Golden Order of the Dawn Tarot. It's the child. 6 is carbon, the king of all elements. 6 is tied to Virgo. Virgo's the virgin, who's also ruled by Mercury the trickster. So Robbie Van Leeuwen, who wrote I'm Your Venus, matches up with Aphrodite, and Jesus saying I'm the bright morning star, which is Aphrodite. He's got the same birth card as December 25th, 6 of hearts. Okay, scripted reality. How about Nike? Huge company. Well known that the Nike symbol is the sign of Saturn. Well, you go to the Mastering the Zodiac chart, which again is the only accurate chart to use in astrology. Tropical is garbage. Where's Kronos? In Capricorn. See, if you use tropical, Kronos is not going to be in Capricorn. Won't look like this. It's going to be in Aquarius. Which one makes more sense? The ruler of Capricorn? I know some people say, well, Aquarius is ruled by Kronos. No, it's Uranus. And Kronos is the official ruler of Capricorn. Right there. Capricorn. Opened on January 25th. The January 25th card, 10 of Hearts. What's the 10th zodiac sign? This is where tropical gets its shine. The 10th zodiac sign, Capricorn. The 10th house. Now, I don't know if it started at 11:01 a.m. I just plugged it in there. But Capricorn with Kronos and the Sun and Mars, the drive and determination to create the company, Saturn for the karmic aspects, and the Sun and the Spirit to give the passion. And there is the 10 of Cups, which has got a rainbow bridge. The rainbow bridge is caused by the Sun. So you literally have the Sun and Saturn with Mars, and Mars is the drive and determination to create it. And the symbol is Saturn. Right there, only in the true sidereal. This is the only system to use to match up with the sky. How about this guy? Philip Gerard. This is a humdinger, scripted reality. Philip Gerard. You know what this guy's made famous for? Inventing the tin can. Right there. Inventor of the tin can. Well, the element tin on the periodic table is the element of Zeus. His birthday on February 1st, Jack of Spades, card number 50, matching up with the 50th element, tin. Now, maybe his parents humped and made sure that the mother went into labor to get him out on February 1st because they were a fan of the cards and they knew that tin was tied to the Jack of Spades. I don't know. That sounds pretty ludicrous. But I see, it's not just this that's scripted. I can go to Philip the Apostle. Philip the Apostle was one of the 12 apostles. Sits at the round table. Born at 5 AD. Jupiter is the 5th planet. I'm not saying this is true. This is all just code. So Philip Gerard creates the tin can. His birth card and his birthday card is tied to the tin. And Philip is one of the apostles that sits at the round table on the ecliptic. Scripted reality, man. You think this guy had a choice? No, this is how we know that we live in a scripted reality. How about Harold Jaeger? You remember this, the Berlin Wall. They took down the Berlin Wall. I was going to do a full presentation on this. Harold Jaeger, right there, the man who opened the Berlin Wall. Well, wouldn't you know it? His name numerology in the most accurate numerology cipher, Chaldean, is 28, and he was 28 years young when he opened up the Berlin Wall. It fell down on November 9th, and he was born on August 13th. 28 years he was. He was 28 years old, and the wall came down, and his name numerology is 28, credited for opening up the Berlin Wall. Scripted reality. How about David Hansen from Hansen Robotics, created Sophia, who is officially a United States citizen. I wonder why that is. Well, going back to the true sidereal again. Look at where his Venus is at. The guy looks like a robot. No offense, David, if you're listening to this. His Venus is in freaking the 43rd gate. This is Alchemy. This is the human design tied to the true sidereal, the most accurate human design system you can use. And we added on another layer. Besides the gates, we have the periodic table. So each gate lines up with the periodic table. Where's his Venus? In the 43rd gate, in Ophiuchus, and the 43rd element, technetium. What is technetium? The artificial element. So his Venus, which is love, which is tied to Sophia, sits in the 43rd gate, which is technetium, and that's Aphrodite. And she came out on February 14th, the 9 of Hearts. He's the Jack of Hearts. His Aphrodite card, the 9 of Spades. His Aphrodite card is the 9 of Spades. Sophia comes out on the 9 of hearts on February 14th, a pair of 9s. Coincidence? No. Scripted? Yes. I know see, when David came out with this system wasn't even created at that point in time. So this is my proof that we live in a scripted reality. So when you put all your layers into this system, you're going to get the accuracy. That will blow your mind, because you can put the cards in here. You can put your elements on the periodic table. You can tie what your celestials are tied to. Spotlight.life. How about this scripted reality? How about John Bonham, the great late John Bonham, the drummer for Led Zeppelin? Arguably one of the best rock bands ever. He's one of the greatest rock and roll drummers in history. Well, he was born on May 31st, which is the Ace of Clubs. And the Ace of Clubs converts into the Ace of Wands. Well, what do you think the hand's holding there? A freaking drumstick. This doesn't line up for everybody in the world, folks. I'm being guided to show you this. I'm not cherry picking. This is legitimate. The Ace of Wands, this is the card of Hollywood too, by the way. This is the Hollywood, but it's also a drumstick. That's his birth card, Ace of Clubs. Scripted reality. And then we get into the cross. This is the false cross. If you're wearing this around your neck, yeah, you're wearing a system of magic, but, well, it's tied to recycling. Anyway, you ever look at the cross and how Jesus hangs on that cross? He's in the form of the letter Y. And then he's sitting on the T. Well, when you look at it, 20 and 25 gives us 45. Pandora's box is 45. Why is the cross tied to Pandora's box? Well, because all you have to do is look at a hexahedron. Pandora's box is 45, and when you add up all the digits on the cross unfolded, 9 of them, you get 45. This right here, this symbol, you'll never catch me wearing that. This is a sign of reincarnation. If there is such a thing. Now this is theoretical, right? If there is such a thing as being recycled back into the game, this symbol is a surefire way to get you there. Pandora's box, man. What is Pandora's box tied to? Pandora, which is tied to what? Venus. What do you think Jesus? Jesus is Venus. The letter Y. The Y is the Y chromosome that determines the sex. It's the false cross. Doesn't matter though. What about this show, The 100? Cass Morgan's books made into I watched this show 3 times. They're prisoners. They're up on an ark in space, and they have to go down to Earth because Earth suffered a nuclear disaster, and they're prisoners. And they're cast off the ark down to Earth to make sure Earth is inhabitable. Now, it's tied to the Ark of the Covenant in Judaism, the 100. See the numerology of the Ark of the Covenant? 100. There's the Ark, the 41, which is tied to the Matrix, going through the portal. Even the word Elohim is 41. Let us make man in our image. And the number 8 is 59 because this is a number 8 right here. So the 100, but then it has the number 8. And that's the prison. That's the DNA. 59 is the covenant. That's why there's 59 beads in a rosary. Another thing you'll never catch me wearing. All these religions designed for reincarnation. That's what they're harvesting energy for. Keeping you a prisoner in this reality. So the big ones are Adam and Eve. These are no-brainers. The original Hebrew numerology of Adam and Eve, 18 and 19. The 18th card in the French Gregorian, 5 of clubs. Eve tied to the 6 of clubs. 6 is tied to Virgo. 5 is tied to Leo. Leo and Virgo are the serpent and the woman. Leo and Virgo are literally the sun and Mercury. And 56 is the 5 and the 6, because that's what we're living in. We're living in a movie. 56 is the movie, lights, camera, action. So this is why I use logic and discernment in my reality. So Judaism is going to claim this ridiculous aspect, and I believed this a long time ago, that we as human beings, you and I, came from these two people. So this group of people, all of these cultures, what they end up telling you is that all these people came from these two people here, and these people, this culture, came from these two people. I don't know how people in the Far East look anything like these people, or anything like these people. And then these people, these came from Adam and Eve as well. Makes no sense. And then these people, yeah, all of these people, different skin colors, different, looks. The claim is they all came from these two people. It's an absurdity. It's an absurdity. No, we live in a movie. And different cultures mean so many different things. Okay? We definitely have origins, but not from two people. And finally, I think this is my last one. You ever see this show? It's a pretty funny show, Chaos. I watched it because it's Greek. And they casted him to play Zeus. This is Poseidon, and this is Hades. The three brothers, the trifecta, the trimurti in the Greek pantheon. Jeff Goldblum, he's a king of hearts. But that's not the big takeaway. The big takeaway is Prometheus in this show. Stephen Delane, the actor they casted to play Prometheus. Well, wouldn't you know it, he was born on March 27th. The 9 of clubs, another 9. Anytime you see a 9, it means repeat. Prometheus, of course, was chained to a rock by Zeus. Zeus was his best friend. They're actually really good friends in the show. And Prometheus, of course, is in the Garden of Eden, is the snake. Prometheus is the serpent. Well, anyway, he's got the 9 of wands, which is the card to recycle over and over. That's why his liver keeps getting regenerated. And why his liver gets plucked at is because the liver is the organ of Zeus, biologically. But then you have this right here. He was born on March 27th, the 86th day of the year. You ever get 86th out of something? It means to get kicked out. Well, that's exactly what Prometheus did. He got kicked out for giving knowledge to people. Exactly what the serpent got kicked out of the garden for giving knowledge. See, the Greeks, the serpent is Prometheus. In Judaism, it's the talking snake. Of course, there's no such thing as a talking snake. It's allegorical. 86th. And just for fun, his name numerology is 75, which matches the gematria of Lucifer. 86th. Chaos. So there you go, folks. Scripted reality, man. Greatest hits. It's kind of fun, right? So this is the discovery here at this channel that I could take to a court of law and show to a jury to prove that you don't have free will. You just don't. It's an illusion. A fabrication. It's a fun idea to talk about. All right, let's get to some more comments. So Bobby says Spotlight is, anybody that has done the Spotlight course will give you the feedback. It's beyond accurate, because what we've done is we've taken all of these systems, astrology, true sidereal. We've taken this system, and what we've done is, see, this is the system that we use. We use both systems. We use the tropical on the inside. The sky separated into 12 houses traditionally. But then we use the accuracy of astronomy and the true sidereal, because not all of the zodiac signs are the same size. So if you just use this, you're using a system that is going to fail you. If you like precision, you'd not want to do this one. This one's off because the sun slips 1 degree every 72 years. And because of that, the sun is not in the same position it once was 2, 3, 4,000 years ago. Got to use this. This is the most accurate system. So that's what we do. We use tropical on the inside. So during the astrology, we show you step by step how to read from each of your houses, what your zodiac signs are there. Like notice the 4th house. The 4th house is a blend of a little bit of Gemini, a lot of Cancer, and some of Leo. That's what the 4th house by default is placed in. So when you start to read your houses, you start to ask it, and I'm talking about AI, you start asking it, give me the definitions on what my 10th house is with a blend of 85% Capricorn and 25% Sagittarius. What does that mean for me in my house of my career? And then you also look at, is there anything in your 10th house, celestial wise? So we have astrology. Then we have the numerology. Chaldean, primarily, the Chaldean method, the most accurate. Your life paths. You have 2 life paths, your solar and your Gregorian. Show you how to get that. We also have the Francis Bacon in here, how to get your name tied to tarot cards. Then we have the big juggernaut, the cosmic playing cards, and what your cards are tied to your astrological chart. All of your cards sit. When you go and look at your card chart, all of these cards that you're assigned to, the ones that you're assigned to, they fit inside of your astrological chart. And you can learn how to get the definitions of that. You know, my card sits here in the French Gregorian system. I don't really follow this system anymore, but it's valuable because it's tied into nature. Well, right here's my Mercury card. So I can take the Ace of Hearts and I can put it in my astrological chart and I can ask AI to give me definitions on what Mercury, and my Mercury is inside Capricorn. So what my Mercury and Capricorn in the 4th house with the Ace of Hearts, what does that mean? And it starts to spit out definitions. And you start to collect that. So that's the cards. Then we have the tarot, which is tied to your name numerology. The Francis Bacon system. So we have that system in there. We have the Enneagram. We have your cosmic totem pole, something you do once in your lifetime. This is something you do with the medicine cards. That amazing system. And then the other big juggernaut, the true sidereal human design. The only accurate human design system, because you've removed the tropical, which is not accurate. You've also, a lot of people use the cosmic human design. That one's not even accurate. That one's off, because you got to start up here in Aquarius. That's what we did. We went where they designed it. Human design, originally, it was posted through Aquarius. This is the first gate that they lined it up with. Gate 41 and a little bit of 60. You got to start it off here and then go all the way around with the true sidereal, and we know these are not all 30 degrees. We know that. So then you can add on the gates, and then you can add on the periodic table. And some of you may be deficient in these areas depending on where your stuff sits. So we show you how to do that. And then we put the cards in here on top of it. So the cards are going to be attached to a zodiac sign. They're going to be attached to a house. They're going to be attached to a gate, and they're going to be attached to an element on the periodic table. That's what you're going to have access to. All of these layers that you can learn through in one system. It's over 5 hours. You go at your own pace. You just sign in, and it's all videos. And it's only $200, $229. Affordable for anybody. You get over 5 hours. And once you learn this course, you can learn about anybody. With the course, you get 2 free books. You get my Cards of Earth's Casino, definitions for every single card on the calendar, and you also get my capital stars book, which is talking about the capital stars of each zodiac sign, like Regulus for Leo, and what it means to have a planetary placement near the capital stars. Okay? You'll get that book for free. So these two books you get complimentary with the course. So if you want to learn about you and then learn about your partner, this is the design of the course was three things. Number one, budget friendly, $200. Anybody can afford that. Number two, to have a better relationship with your partner. How do you do that? By learning about their love signature. What do you mean, love signature? Yeah, the way they love. Where's their Venus? Their Venus is probably not in the same zodiac sign as yours. So what people do is, you love your partner the way your Venus position is. And you want to be loved back the same way. Well, that doesn't work. Unless your partner has the same Venus position as you. You got to learn how they want to be loved. And you do that through the course. And then your children. This is going to set up the world for dating, matchmaking. It's not even just a matter of like, oh yeah, you like to hike, they like to hike. Yeah, that you're a match made in heaven. No, BS. No, you got to know their love signature. If you're going to have any chance of having a successful relationship. I know that there's people out there that have successful relationships, and I know, well, I've never used the system, and my relationship is great. Well, good for you. There's exceptions. I'm just being funny. That was your destiny. But the destiny now is moving towards the Aquarian age, which is why this system came out, because it's preparing for the Aquarian age. The Aquarian age is, I know thyself. If you don't know who you are, if you don't know your destiny, if you don't know your best ways to earn your money and all that kind of stuff, your code, you may be spinning around in a circle. You know, I've already asked AI, and I'm not saying it's the final answer, but I have asked it, like, what is the job market's going to look like in the future? A lot of shit's going to get eliminated. So it's even more important moving forward to ensure that you have financial security in the job market. And you can feel confident on what the code says about what you're destined to be. This is no different than the stuff I showed you with the way football was back in 1984, how grainy the screen was, and now how crystal clear it is. This is the Spotlight course. There's no more guessing. There's no more getting close. No, these are true interpretations of the real sky. Not a system of magic that is not in accordance with the real sky. That system that I showed you is in accordance with the real sky. When the moon is in a certain sign, that moon, you know the moon is there. For example, right now, see the moon right there? This is on, somebody asked me about March 3rd. March 3rd, the full moon is at the feet of Leo. Okay, fair enough. Let's go to tropical now. I don't know if this is, yep. January 3rd. I'm sorry, March 3rd, 2026. Oops. Where's the sun going to be? Where's the moon going to be? Virgo. So you're going to have all these people online telling you, yeah, the full moon is in Virgo. Wrong information. You're getting information from a magician, a wizard who's giving you bullshit positioning. Because it is not going to be in Virgo. The moon will be in Leo. So I'm not going to tell you which system to use. You can follow this system it's a system of magic, but which one would you rather use? A system that is accurate with the real sky, or a system that is not accurate with the real sky? Which one would you rather use if you're being honest? Don't follow a system because that's what you're used to, unless you don't care about precision. If you just simply don't give a shit, like, I'll stick with my tropical astrology, because it works for me and whatever. But don't tell me that it's lined up with the sky, because it's not. It's off. So when you go on to YouTube especially, you're going to see more people with all the BS tropical stuff, telling you this and this and this and this and this and all that stuff. You're not using true sky, man. So if you're going to read your birthday, if you're going to read someone's birthday, if you're going to read your partner's birthday, which system would you rather study under? Something that you can verify with your own eyes, or a system of magic where they're trying to just take you under their wing? Learn from this system of magic, which is what most people have been doing. You want the accurate one. I already know. I know the answers. I want the precision. All right, let's get back to the questions. Okay, jump scare 1337. Don't come on here talking about asking questions when you won't answer them. Okay, what is your question? Let's see. I'm scrolling up. I don't see any questions from you. What would be your question? Since you're very adamant. I'm not ready for... You ain't ready for the real questions. Oh, boy. Pamela, you don't have to delete his comments or who it is. Maybe it's a bot. Let's see what kind of question. Go ahead, ask your question. Jump scare 1337. I'm looking forward to your question. I can't ask it, you can't handle it. Well, then why are you even... So what's your point? Why are you here? You're going to come at it like that? Like, you can't handle my question? Okay, what's your question? And now you don't want to tell me. I'm not a bot. Okay, great, you're not a bot. What's your question then? May 27th, what about... Someone's asking May 27th. What about it? They're watching me. They're watching everybody. Let's get to some questions here. Yeah, and on this channel, if you're a returning subscriber, you know I go on my rants and I do a lot of yapping, and I admit that. Dylan, thank you so much. Brookfield Brothers, thank you so much. Oh, so your jump scare says, no, I'm hammered. Oh, that's fine. I hope you're having fun. Somebody asked a question about what's the 273rd prime. It is, I have to look it up. I don't have it memorized. 1753. 1753 is the 273rd prime number. Not sure why you asked that. Faith tomorrow. Did I miss the tarot pro bono? No, I haven't created it yet. That's the idea. Again, if you're here, if you know about the pro bono, we have a We have a section on the Spotlight. It's called Pro Bono right here. And the Pro Bono is designed for free complimentary consultations, 24 minutes. And they fill up literally the same day that I open the calendar up. Well, the idea now is to do tarot. 10 minutes for tarot. I haven't released that yet. So that's the idea. Someone's asking, do I think the moon emits colors we can't see? Maybe, but how do we ever know? For mind control and inducing emotions? Perhaps. I think the moon might be the great gig in the sky that Pink Floyd sang about. It could be the server in the sky. We've postulated that idea. Theoretical, of course. I can't say that's true. I have no evidence to back that up. It's an idea. So it's theoretical, and theories are great, but they're like a science fiction novel. Could be true. I don't know. Someone's asking about May 27th. Yeah, that is, let me see, I pulled that one up. That is the 5 of clubs, May 27th. Busy person you are. 5 of clubs is a busy person. What's fascinating about the 5 of clubs, if you have that as your birth card, this one, you got it right there. If you got this as your birth card, it's a 5, right? If you're a 5 of hearts, 5 of clubs, 5 of diamonds, 5 of spades, I already know you're a busy person. If you have a 5 life path, if you have a 5 birthday, you're a busy person. More than the average person. Your code, your destiny is curiosity. Why? Because the 5 sits in the middle of the dial pattern calculator. The 5th house of astrology is Leo. Leo's ruled by the sun. The sun is super curious as it moves through the sky. It's watching over everything. And if it is a sentient thing, it's curious about what's going on down here. Maybe curious enough to where it's been able to teleport down into this reality and move into the spirit, which becomes an avatar. So if you're a 5 of clubs, what's fascinating about this card is that the actress that they portrayed to play who's the one in the Matrix? The Oracle. The very first Oracle. She was born on November 15th, 5 of clubs. The Oracle, now think about this, the mother of the Matrix, that they're saying is, and it's so amazing because it's the 5 of clubs. 5 of clubs is the curious mind. The curious mind. And in the tarot, it's the 5 of wands. I don't have my tarot cards with me, but it's the fighting, it's the chaos in the mind. Because 5 is all this chatter going on. The Matrix. 5 fingers, 5 toes, 5 senses. The Oracle in the Matrix, the first one. November. Gloria, her name was, is her name Gloria? Something like that. I think it's Gloria. November 15th, I know that. The Oracle. Yeah, why do you think I call Pamela Swan number 5? Because the 5s are the bit. Pamela's everywhere all the time, man. She's over there doing this podcast. She's over there. She's been with me from the very beginning almost. She always shows up. I mean, I think there's only been one podcast I've ever done that she doesn't show up. I don't know how she does it. So I call her Pamela number 5. If you're a 5 man, you got ants in your pants. You're the curious one. The sun. The sun's curious. The 5s are curious. 5th house of astrology. The 5 of clubs. This card sits in the house of Leo. Gloria Foster, that's her name, the Oracle, November 15th. Gloria Foster, thank you, yeah. Yeah, Dancing Mojo says it's all about constant change and movement. Absolutely. If you're a 5 of hearts, 5 of clubs, 5 of diamonds, 5 of spades, if you're a 5 birthday, if you're a 5 life path, your fuel is change. Change is your fuel above everybody else. Everybody has change, right, as fuel. But the 5s, that is your fuel, variety. So when change comes into your life and you say, nah, you may get penalized for that. Scripted. But you'll get penalized for it. What does the penalty mean? You may just have a shitty week. This is the yes man. You know Jim Carrey and the yes man? The 5s are the yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. The more yeses you say to life, the more complicated your life becomes. The more yes you say, the more weighed down your life becomes, or it can. Think about it. In Yes Man, right? Jim Carrey, the movie. Of course, it's a Hollywood movie. No, 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 no. Then he goes to the Yes Conference and he starts saying yes to life. And then now he has all these friends. And he's got all these people he can call upon. His life becomes really complicated. It becomes super fun, but his life becomes super complicated. It has to become complicated. That's the code for the 5s, in a sense, unless you have other different placements in your astrology chart that dissipates that complication. Nine of Hearts. Someone's asking about the 9 of Hearts. If you're a 9, what is the number 9 in numerology? Humanitarianism. Could be utopian, it could be dystopian. Depends on what your code called for. The liability of 9, dystopian. Hater, pessimistic. Because the 9 is the repeater. Repeat, repeat, repeat. The number 9 is the number that will determine where the energy goes, because then you go back to the 1. So the 9 is like the final frontier energy. The 9s, they are the bishops on the chessboard. The hearts, white bishop. The priest. What does the priest control? The church. The church decides where the people will go. The priest, the 9s. So if you're a 9 of Hearts, now you add in the heart, that your primary driver in life is I feel. Heart. Your final frontiers will be based on how you feel. How do you feel about it? In the tarot, it's wish fulfillment. It's a cup. It's different than the cards. The tarot is not anything like, there's similarities, but it's not exactly the same as the cards. But remember, the tarot came first. And I was wrong about this. I had said for the longest time, yeah, these cards came first. No, they did not. They're just systems of magic. It's a layer of the onion. That's all it is, systems of magic. Astrology, system of magic. Numerology, system of magic. Enneagram, system of magic. Human design, system of magic. Mayan astrology, system of magic. Personality type, MBTI, Briggs-Myers, system of magic. All of it's magic. Nancy Ann Neal says, Gloria, the oracle says, you want some candy? And Neal says, you already know. You already chose it. You came here to find out why you chose it. The meaning behind it. Choice is an illusion. There's so much predestination in the Bible, it's ridiculous. So much predestination. If you go to this scripture right here, 1 Corinthians, I think it's 6 verses 19. Yeah. Look what it says. Do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, which you have from God, and that you are not your own? I mean, this is like the humdinger of predestination through theology. I'm not saying this is the final answer, but how else would you interpret this? This is the Apostle Paul talking to the Corinthians. Predestination, man. So the Apostle Paul, in talking to the church, says that you have the Holy Spirit inside of you, your body's a temple, you have God inside of you, and you're not your own. Okay, well then what about the evil in the world? Because there's no specification on, well, it's just the good. No, it's both. That's why the origination of Satan, folks, is an agent of God. That's where it came from. Satan came on the scene in the book of Job, which is one of the oldest books of the Old Testament. Chapter 1, verses 6, 7, and 8. Satan is an agent working for the Yod, allowed to kill off his family and butcher his family and kill all of his animals and kidnap them. But who allows it? God does. The Yod does. How would you feel if you knew that God allowed your family to be killed and butchered? People back this shit up, man. So we have two things going on. Either it's not real and it's allegorical, or it really happened and we have a boss who's very angry and doesn't care about you. Which is it that you're going to adopt as your truth? Elemental Moose is asking, why don't 7 and 9 get along? They do. They do and they don't. They're actually very similar, those two numbers, 7 and 9. 7 is the crown. 7 is the letter L. 7, if you flip it upside down and mirror it, it's the L. L is another word for God. And L is the letter that starts off the word light and love, which is what makes this reality keep going. Light and love, which is Venus and the sun. The two primary drivers. So the number 7 is a number of the priest, working for the crown. The color violet, the royal color. It's a number of introspection. It's tied to the house of Libra, which is ruled by Venus. So getting anointed is by the sun, but it's also Venus, because Venus heralds the sun in astronomy. Venus is the star that tells you the sun's coming, the Christos. 7 gets along with the number 9. The 9 is more of I told you, it's the pivot. It's the number that dictates where the energy is going to go next. I mean, essentially all the numbers do that if you go in sequence, but the 9 collects all. Imagine there are all these people standing in a row. Like, I'll give you the analogy through the numerology. It's much easier to show you. If I just go from 0 and I start going through these numbers, imagine these numbers are all standing in a line and they're facing and looking at the number 9. All of these. So you could say your birthday. If you're a double digit, you just reduce it down. 31 is 4, 30 is 3, 29 is 2. You're standing in a line and you're looking at this number 9, and the 9 is like, I am the final boss. And that's why the 9 is the smartest of all the numbers, why it's the hermit in the tarot, why it's linked to Sagittarius and Zeus, the biggest planet. Because the number 9 is the final frontier. Whatever number you attach to the number 9, it's going to repeat it. So it's the repeater number. If I put 49 there, 49 is going to reduce down to 13, and 13 is going to give us the number 4. So 49 gives us 4. If I reduce it down. Any number, 59 is going to give us 5. 5 plus 9 is 14. 1 plus 4 is 5. The 9 repeats any number. So if you're a 9, you could say you're an old soul. Many lives, many masters. It's the card of recycling. The 9. And you could do the numerology of 9. And you could go through all the numbers and link it to, this links of course to 6, reduced down. 9 and 6 are kind of in a symbiotic relationship. The yin yang. The 9 and the 6. But the 9 is the great repeater number. And it's tied to the golden ratio. And that's why it's in bed with the 6. Because they're literally mirrors of one another. So this is the house of Sagittarius and the house of Virgo. The repeating of the Virgin, right? In astrology. And the 9th card, I'm going to show you in the tarot. What's the 9th card? The Hermit. The wise one. It's got the sun in the bucket there, man. This is the Christos. This is you being anointed, and you have the sun here in your bucket to illuminate your path. And the 9 is in bed with the 6, which is what? The Lover's card, right? The younger version of the Hermit. This is you when you come out into this world, being naive, not knowing. And as you move to the value of the number 9, you become wise. So if you're a 9 card, birthday, life path, there's some humanitarian inside of you, or a utopian or a dystopian. Not all 9s are going to fulfill the role of being the person who wants the world to move towards a utopian world. And that's easily found by looking at people's charts and the way they're going about living their life. Once you realize that not everybody incarnates to play out the good character, you're free. But when you start blaming the bad characters and thinking they're an offspring of whatever this is, and not realizing it's all about the law of one. It all comes from the same thing. A lot of us here are programmed with theology. And that would be Judaism, which is the tree of life and tree of knowledge of good and evil, which are literally night and day, light and darkness. Some of you will be gravitating towards the darkness more than the light, and vice versa. And as I have often said and have a little meme, is that if you're going to be a light worker, you better make friends with the darkness. You better become best friends with the darkness if you're a light worker. Because without the darkness, you don't have a job anymore. You're out of a job. So you might as well give some gratitude to the darkness. And if you're a dark worker, you give gratitude to the light. Because you don't have a job without the opposite in this world of duality. Yeah, the strength card and the star card. Those are, I wish I had my deck. I don't have my deck, but the strength card. The strength card right here is the card that's tied to the sign of Pluto. I mean, the sign of Scorpio, traditionally and tropical. Scorpio being ruled by Mars traditionally and Hades secondarily. And Mars is your sex drive. So one of the things about the strength card is being able to be the master of your domain. This right here is this woman's controlling her desires of the flesh. The lion representing your cravings. So it's the female, it's not even a male, it's a female controlling the lion's mouth, telling you that you have to have strength over your desires of the flesh. Because the number 8 is all of your dreams come true in the 8 because it's DNA. This is the DNA spiral. Eternity, the Taurus field, the Diabolos. This is the devil. See, when you go look at the Diabolos, right? The Diabolos is the devil. And that comes from this toy called the Diabolo. This right here is called a Diabolo, which is where you get Diabolos from. That's the Taurus field that we live in, the sands of time. Think about what I'm showing you. This toy is an hourglass. That's what it is. So when you look at an hourglass, this is what you're stuck inside of, the sands of time. This is a Diabolo. This is the devil. The number 8 is tied to the devil because it's self-contained. You can't get out of it. It's a self-contained system. Right? And all your this is Mr. Sandman. Make me a dream. Mr. Sandman, that's the devil, the Diabolos. All of your dreams come true. So that's the strength. So this is the strength card, is having control over your desires, your fleshly desires. This is where celibacy comes into play. I'm not saying that you have to do that, but it's tied to Mars, sex drive. And Pluto is even deeper, the meaning of that, because it's the riches of the underworld. And you asked about the, what else did you ask about? Was it the, I don't remember what you asked about. But that's the strength card. Let me see. I lost my train of thought. But that's the strength card. Yep, these are the days of our lives. We're in a soap opera. This reality is a reality of drama. Drama is what feeds this reality, because what it will get from you is an energetic response. That's what drama is, right? It's an energy response or an emotional reaction. And that emotional reaction that you give off, it gives off a frequency which gets harvested. When you start looking at this reality as a battery, it's a battery. We live inside of a battery. Positive and negative. Left-hand path, right-hand path. Hot or cold. Up, down. Left, right. Good, evil. When you start looking at it in polarities, you realize we live inside of a battery. And that's why you have cells in your body, because in a battery, there are cells. The car that you drive in the battery, there are cells. It's like a galvanized battery. And it works off of energy flow. Right? That's what it works off of. And it has a salt water inside of it. We have salt water inside of us. It's called saline. Ye are salt of the earth. Well, that's what a battery is. Salt. Galvanized cells. Negative and positive. Red and black. Well, that battery starts your car. Without the battery, yeah, you can run it off the alternator, a car, if you pull the battery, but you can't start the car without the battery. When you start looking at this reality as a battery, you feed the battery. Feed the machine. The machine is your life. And your emotions are being harvested. I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm just telling you that's the way the operation looks. And is that my opinion? Yes. Can I prove it? Not directly. But I can support it. That's what the hot and cold was, in a sense of what Jesus wants you to be. You're either working for team hot or team cold. You're either working for the yin or you're working for the yang. That's right. It's called Loosh. We've done. If you want to watch, I've got Loosh decoded on the Patreon. A big thank you and shout out to all of you on the Patreon. I have almost 180 videos that you will not find on the YouTube. The big ones. These are like-minded people over there. That for the majority of them, they've gotten past blaming organizations, blaming people for their life and what's going on in their life. They've shut off. A lot of them have shut off the mainstream. They realize that when they watch it, they're watching a movie. It's not real. That's what's going on in the Patreon, because we could see how the code works. We have a lot of groundbreaking material over there. If you watch the 137 decoder that I just put out, showing you a scripted reality with the great Robert Edward Grant. Again, I've done it's 5 times now. If you were fancied about that, that's nothing. All the big ones that we have out in the Patreon. Now, I'm not trying to sell you on anything. But if you're curious, we got the Patreon. Groundbreaking material galore over there. Monette Byers is asking, do you have, you must be new here. Do you have a video on how to decode yourself? I have a course. So I do personal readings, but I created the course because it's budget friendly. And if you like to do it yourself, then you're going to use in my opinion, the best system there is, because it's over 5 hours of information, 8 different modules, and you go at your own pace. It's all instructional videos. There's downloads, there's books in there, and I show you how to do it using AI. You don't even have to, even if you know nothing about numerology and astrology, you don't need to. If you can copy and paste, you can do this course. AI does it all for you. It's amazing. It's called Spotlight. I'll put it right here so if you're interested in it. There you go, and I'll pin it to the top. It's right at the top. You just click on that link or copy and paste it. And that's the course on how to do it yourself. You want to decode yourself? 5 hours of information. And when you learn how to decode yourself, you can decode anybody with a birthday. So if you have kids, a partner, you want to have a better life with less friction, you got to study their code. It'll allow you to look at them and observe them and see from their point of view rather than just your point of view. You know why people argue? Well, one of the reasons why is they don't understand the other person and their perspective, and why they're coming at you the way they're coming at you, and why they don't agree with you. Now, a friend you can just cut off. Somebody, an acquaintance, you can just, I'm not going to hang out with that person. But if you're in a partnership with somebody and you're, married or you're committed, well, that's way different. Oh, the star card. That was who somebody asked. The star card. The star card, card 17, is tied to Earth. Earth in Chaldean is 17. The word heart is 17 in Chaldean. The word story is 17 in Chaldean. The word life is 17 in Chaldean. 17. 17 is a big number. It's the 1 and the 7. Right? If you separate these two. Beginning, and you could say at the end. even though 9 is really kind of the big taker of that. But this is you as the movie star coming down here to play the game. 17. Right? Kind of like this is the seed, the ejaculation. This is a big penis right here. And it ejaculates you onto the stage. And now you have your spirit and your emotions here with the sun and the moon. Right? Kind of how this kind of all looks. But the star, being tied to the 17, is tied to several different things. If we go to chemistry, it's tied to the element oxygen right here. Oxygen has 17 as one of its isotopes. And what keeps you alive? Oxygen. So the star card is tied to oxygen, the air you breathe, essential for survival. And then it's tied to chlorine, which is a poisonous gas. But it's funny because it has a human being on it with a gas mask. And what's fascinating about this is tied to the light spectrum. Which is tied to this. Electromagnetic waves. The light spectrum. This is what we're in. And the color that we see is the yellowish green color first. The visible light spectrum, the dominant color is that yellow and green. So we go back to the chlorine and they have a picture of the yellow and green here. Right? Chloros, chlorine, meaning greenish yellow. So the star card tied to oxygen is also tied to chlorine. And we could just branch off and go into a million different directions with this. But you become the star down here in this reality, tied to the electromagnetic waves. And the electromagnetic waves, in numerology, is 220, which is exactly the numerology of this. In Hebrew, let's pick up the numbers. The tree of life and tree of knowledge is 220. 220 volts. Some of you in Europe, you have the 220 volts because that's tied to, the tree of life and tree of knowledge is tied to the electromagnetic waves. 220. And that's because the electromagnetic waves is the visible light. You're in the visible light spectrum. Radio waves, microwaves, Ra Dio, sun god. You're in this prison. This is a prison right here. This is time causing the electromagnetic waves. This is the serpent, the Venus flytrap, the sine wave. That's what you're stuck in. This is the prison, the light spectrum. That's really what the tree of life and tree of knowledge is all about. And the star is caught in here, 17. So when we go to the 17 and we use Chaldean, we get the word life, 17. You're stuck inside of a story, 17. You're stuck inside of the matrix, 17. 17 is 43, and 43 is tied to the word serpent in Hebrew. Right? Playing out the character. You're the star stuck inside the sine wave. You're stuck inside this. This is the sine wave. This is what you're stuck inside. This is the serpent, which causes this. This is real physics now. This is pi and the measurement of time. This is the 3.14 pi that creates the sine and cosine wave. This is what you're stuck in, or we're stuck in. We're stuck in the waves, frequency. That's what we are. We're frequency. Light spectrum, all that. That's the star card, stuck here. That's what the star means. Being stuck in the matrix. Nick is asking, do you believe Lucifer / Apollo Well, you're already making, okay, so what you're doing is you're taking Apollo and you're connecting it to Lucifer. I'd ask you where you get that connection from. I'm not saying you're wrong. What is Lucifer? Well, it's a Latin word. Lucifer is a Latin word. Comes from the word lux in Latin and feri. Lux is light and feri is bringer, the light bringer. It's tied to Venus. What's fascinating is that if you watch the 137 decoded, I showed you that the word the light in Hebrew in the Torah is the total digits of 137, 138, 139, and 140. But the word light is 138, 139, and 140. I'm going to show you on the calculator. Let me show you on the calculator. I know this is not big. So the word light in Hebrew, I gotta show you this in real time, right? So you know I'm not trying to get one past all of you. See, this is the hidden code that no one looks at. Hebrew chapter 1 verses 4 is where you're going to find the 37th word. 37 is the 12th prime number. And this right here, if you add them all up, if you go all the way back, you add all these up, all the way back to Genesis 1 verses 1, this right here is going to be digit 137. So 137 is the hay, which is the window, which I already covered in the 137 decoded, but then you have the light. It's digit 138, 139, and 140. So then we just go to the calculator and we type in 138 plus 139 plus 140. And that's going to give us 417. Now, 417, according to Manly P. Hall, Manly P. Hall in his Secret Teachings of All Ages says that the number of Lucifer is 741. Well, isn't that coincidental? Now, I know Manly P. Hall wasn't looking at the Torah like we're doing it, looking at the hidden code, digit 138, 139, and 140. And when you add it up, you get the 417, which is exactly the numbers that Manly P. Hall claims that Lucifer is. And Lucifer is the light bringer, and the word light in Hebrew is connected to the 417. So now you have Lucifer being tied to God and the light. Which is it? Well, again, Lucifer is a Latin, so you got to open up the Latin cipher, and Lucifer. It's got a value of 51. Here you get, this is where it bridges off. Area 51, fallen angels. Yep, that's here. Is it a thing? Yeah, because I just connected it. 51 is not a prime number, but 51 is tied to the element antimony, which is tied to your brain, which is tied to the pineal gland, and the pineal gland is the regulator of light. That's what the pineal gland is. It dictates the waking and sleeping cycles. So Lucifer is tied to the pineal gland because the pineal gland shuts off and wakes you up. When you go to sleep and you close your eyes and the light is no longer shining in your eyes, melatonin kicks in. When you wake up and the sunlight is shining on your eyes and you open your eyes, melatonin shuts off. So the pineal gland controls your waking states and your sleeping states. That is light derived. Well, what is light tied to? Light is tied to all-seeing eye of Horus. Horus is tied to Jesus. Jesus is tied to Venus. Venus is tied to Lucifer. Antimony. 51. It says not alone. Well, how would the pineal gland be tied to not alone? The pineal gland is the gland that regulates when you wake up and when you go to sleep. That means it has a say in what you hear in your brain. This is the all-seeing eye of Horus. It says it right here. The Egyptian symbol, the eye of Horus. Horus is tied to the sun. The sun is light. Antimony's symbol is the same as Venus. If I show you that, watch this. Antimony is the same symbol as Venus. Right there. There's the symbol of antimony, which is the mirror of Venus. Venus is the bright morning star, which is what Jesus claims himself to be. So the Latin spelling of Lucifer, where it comes from, you got to use the Latin cipher, is 51. And now you know what it's connected to. It's tied to Venus. It's tied to light. It's tied to Genesis 1 verses 4. That's for sure. But it is tied to light. These are big time. I'm telling you, folks, this is the code that gets written. Whoops. Oh, I didn't have my thing on. Hold on. Did I have my thing off? I don't know. I don't know if I had you guys with me. But when you look at this stuff here, if you right click your mouse and you click on inspect, this is what this code writes all of this. This is the final product from this. If any of this is not right, it won't look like this. So I say, or we say, that our reality as a whole, it looks like something like this. Because everything in our reality can be measured with these letters, numbers, and symbols. Everything can be measured with it. We're doing it here. These books are numbered, the chapters and verses are numbered, the letters can be numbered through numerology. I can weigh things out. I can even look at the color spectrum. This is black and white. This is blue. There's so many layers of code just on that page alone. But that is how our reality operates. It operates through letters, numbers, and symbols. And there's a guy on YouTube who does the red light laser thing, and he peers into, and he swears that there's code that's I haven't done the experiment, but he has. Can't remember his name. When you look at the laser, you're peering into the matrix. You're literally peering into these letters, numbers, and symbols that are making up this reality. You just don't see them in the visible light. Nick says, my birthday is the 174th day of the year. I think you must, that's the same as, hold on, I think that is that July? Because I think you have the same birthday. I want to make sure I got this right. June 23rd. Yeah, June 23rd, 7 of clubs. Oh, you actually have the same birthday as, you have the same birthday as, if you watch Zach Hubbard, he's got the June 23rd birthday. 7 of clubs. It's interesting because your name is Nicholas, and that's tied to Lucifer, old Saint Nick. Nicholas. Scripted for you. Yeah, Danny Goller, thank you, Isola twin. Danny Goller DMT laser experiment. Yeah, that's who it was. Yeah, your name is Nicholas. Old Saint Nick. Nickel is called devil's copper on the periodic table. And that is, nickel 60 is tied to desire. See, I'll show you this. Watch this. This is how amazing chemistry is, right? First we're going to go to numerology. I'm going to get the modern English. Obviously, you guys know Lucifer has the same value as Jesus, okay? No brainer there. Light. Light of the world, the light bringer. Venus, yeah. Anyway, when you go to this desire, 60. Well, what is the element on the periodic table that has the 60 weight? Nickel. There it is. Nickel 60 is one of the stable isotopes. There it is, 60. It's its most abundant, by the way. The most abundant isotope of nickel is nickel 60. And nickel means devil's copper. And desire is tied to the devil. This is why I'm saying, folks, is your ego is your desire. It's your little devil. And you can't help it. I don't care how clean of a person you think you're going to be. It doesn't matter what you're doing in life. Your desire is tied to nickel. And what's amazing about nickel is it's tied to the Earth's core. Because the Earth's core, science says, now I can't prove this, but the Earth's core is made of iron and nickel. It's made of iron and nickel. Iron being tied to the God of the Bible, and nickel being tied to Lucifer. So the draw to Earth, which is the black sun, the Earth doesn't give off any of its own light. The draw to Earth, iron is your drive and determination and your Mars energy. Nickel is your desire. 60. The Sumerians in Mesopotamia, they were measuring their mathematics in the 60 base math, not 10. 60. 60 is also tied to neodymium. Neo. This is one of the reasons why Keanu Charles Reeves was named Neo in The Matrix. It's tied to Jesus. There's the 116. Jesus, Matthew chapter 1, verses 16. All these are clues. And if you want to know how scripted Keanu Charles Reeves is, well, I created this thing called Alchemology. It's taking chemistry and tying it to the English language. So A is hydrogen, B is helium, C is lithium, D is beryllium, E is boron, F is carbon, and so on and so forth. Well, if you take Keanu Charles Reeves and you do the alchemology, you get 143. What was his name in The Matrix? Neo. Well, wouldn't you know it that neodymium has an isotope of 143? Yeah, that's one of the reasons why his name was Neo. But I know that the Wachowskis and whoever wrote the movie, Tom House or whatever, I know that they weren't sitting down because nobody was using alchemology. No one's using this technique. Well, now we're using it. This is the savior of life, man, in the movie. I'm telling you, man. Anyway, we have so much fun techniques now. Yeah, we did have you watched Nickelback? Have you watched the Feed the Machine Decoded? You want to see a scripted reality? Nickelback. Great band from Canada. Yeah, there you go, Nick. My area code 714. 714 is Orange County. We covered this in the Prison of Jesus. If you haven't watched that, you should go watch it. (714) are the numbers of Lucifer. Lucifer's tied to light. Let me show you another one on the fly. You ready? The only color in the color spectrum that has the word Ra in it is orange. So that's 60. Right? Tied to desire. Orange. Ra. Right? Orange County, those of you that don't know, which is the best place in the world to live, I think, has an area code of 714. 714 are the numbers of Lucifer. Lucifer's tied to the devil's copper, and orange is tied to Orange County, and orange is tied to 60, just like desire. And desire is tied to 60, and 60 is tied to nickel. Nickel. Devil's copper, right? Well, wouldn't you know it, that the orange, what is that color tied to? Why are prisoners, why do they wear orange? They're prisoners. You don't think you're a prisoner? They know they're prisoners. Well, there's also the ones that are trying to get out of the prison. They wear the monks. They wear the orange. Different set of circumstances. They have surrendered their fleshly desires. In prison, you are in because of fleshly desires. When you're in prison, you're here because of something you desired. Different set of circumstances. Right? Why did they choose orange? Well, it's tied to nickel. It's tied to the devil. Desire. The monks give up their desire. Orange, 60. Nickel, 60. Right? When you go to the tarot, the true nature, 60 is tied to what? Desire. All your wishes and hopes and dreams being fulfilled. Desire. Orange is the color of the flame, the fire. Your desire. Your heart. Mars, Venus, love, desire. Desires of the flesh. All this is desires of the flesh. Inevitable. Got to live your life, got to make money, got to pay your mortgage. All that stuff. That orange. Well, it has the word Ra in it. Well, is there a Ra in the periodic table? Of course. It's radium. Radium is 226. And the 226th word, starting in Matthew chapter 1, going all the way to Matthew chapter 1, verses 16, the 226th word is Christ. Go check it yourself. Christ. So Ra means Christ, which means the sun, because Ra is ancient Egypt, which is 3,000 years before the Christ. And it means the radius of the circle. And the radius of the circle is the vesica piscis. That's what it is. When you take the vesica piscis, it's two circles coming together to create the vagina. That's the Venus flytrap. This is the radius, the Ra. Well, you got two of them. This is the cosmic vagina, the portal, the womb, to get to the matrix. That's how you were born. You were born by way of a vagina. This is the cosmic vagina. These are caused by solar and lunar eclipses when the sun merges and moves and the moon merges. The fish, this is the ichthys. Catching the 153 fish, the square root of 3. Orange, Ra. I could go on and on and on, folks. It's just so easy to see it. There's the fish. People swear up and down, yeah, well, I'm going to follow this. Okay, you'll get recycled back in. That's totally cool. Which we may not have a choice of the matter anyway. That just may be the way it is. But that's what orange is tied to. Ra, the color orange. The color orange is tied to your sexual organs. It's tied to your sacral. That's where you get hump and screw and have sex. Penis and vagina is tied to the color orange. That's why it's tied to desire and numerology. That's why it's tied to devil's copper and nickel 60. And why nickel is tied to the iron core of the earth. Because iron is Mars and nickel's tied to Venus. Lucifer, the light bringer, the bright morning star, which is what Jesus is. There's no difference. That's why Jesus offers you eternal life. Well, they have Orange County, Florida. Yeah, well, they'd have that as well. But even if you still are on the fence, I didn't know there was an Orange County, Florida. Let's see. Let's see what the area code is there. Florida has like the 718 or something. There's the 47, 689. But here's how I know it's scripted, right? What's the area code for Providence, Rhode Island? 401. You want to talk about scripted reality, right? What is Providence in theology? The eye of providence, right? I mean, that's what we call it. The eye of providence. Well, why would Providence, Rhode Island have an area code of 401? Well, you just go to mathematics for that. That's easy. 401 is the 79th prime number. And what's the number 79 in the periodic table? Gold. Providence. I don't know who chose this. The calling code. AT&T did. That's about as far as I could find. But who decided this? And were they consciously thinking about God and the eye of providence? And this? And they're like, well, Providence, that's the eye of providence, so we got to give it the 401 area code because 401 is the 79th prime, and 79 is the element gold, which is the sun, which is the eye of providence. So now you know when all these people say, oh, it's so evil. What do you think this is? The sun. Hello? That's why there's an illumination behind it. Can't get any more obvious than that. We back it up with the receipts. That's how scripted our reality is, folks. And how I have all this stuff off of memory is because all I do. That's what I spend my waking hours doing, is this stuff. All I do. I've been doing this for a long time. 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day, every single day. Creating presentations. Nick says, all my questions have been answered. I'm officially the devil. Well, aren't we all? I've had a beef with Jesus. I mean, what sets people free, folks? What sets you free is knowing your code. That's what sets you free. Connecting these dots and realizing, oh, I work for that team. Oh, that's why I feel that way. See, if you had everybody on the same team, life would be boring. Boring. We all have a little bit of the numbers inside of us. We all have a little bit of 5 energy. You know what 5 does? It gets you out of boredom. 4 is where you get stable. That's why when you go to the tarot and you look at the 4 of Cups, this is the offering from the universe or God or the divine saying, hey, do you want to play? And you're like, well, shit, man, I got all these experiences right here. I mean, for me, this is the 3 marriages, right? Like, you want a 4th one? No, thank you. No, I've done 3, man. 3 times the charm. I'm cool. Not interested. So you're sitting in this standoffish position. This is what they wanted to get across. The 4 of Cups is your desire, your heart's desire, right? You're not ready to budge. The 3 is expansion, so that's why they're celebrating. The 4 is like, I've done all that. I've done this. That's why if you're a 4, birthday, numerology, life path, you probably have a lot of stubbornness to you. You're probably a little bit stubborn. You think you know it all. You think you'll get it all figured out. Not all of you, right? But there are layers to this. And then you go to the 5, and this is where you have to now bury the dog or cat, and you're sad. Or you get into a relationship and they break up with you and you're sad and you're depressed now. See, you're safe here. You're safe because it's a 4, and 4 is the box, the cube. You're secure here. When you move into the 5 energy, you now have put yourself out there and you're going to experience loss. So the key moment for the 5 of Cups is, even though you bury the dog, there may be a new one that you can go get, a new puppy. Even though your ex broke up with you, there's still another relationship waiting for you. And then you move to the 6, where it's nostalgia. Oh my God, I started dating this person. They're the most amazing person. And just 6 months ago, you were in this place. Depressed, sad, angry, bitter, because your ex walked away from you. But they did you a favor, because some of you don't have the courage to walk away from the relationship. Even though you don't like your relationship and you know it's not healthy for you, you stay in it because you can't walk away, because you can't see that there's something waiting for you at this position of 6. There's a new relationship waiting. That's what all these cards mean. It's so magical, these cards, man. It is the most magical thing. People say it's the devil. Sure. Sure is. All of it. Someone's asking about May 24th, 1993. You're a 6 life path. I don't go by the master crap. I don't do that. I don't mean to belittle it. I don't go by that. All the numbers reduced down. The rules are for everybody. So there is no 11, 22, or 33. You are either a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if you're 33, it's a 6. If you go by the Gregorian calendar. If you go by the solar calendar, you're going to be a 4, I think. Let me see. Yeah. There's 2 life paths you have. Gregorian and solar. Your solar life path, you're a 4. May 24th. Your Gregorian is a 6. 6 is a service number. 6 is a life. 6 is if you're born in the 6th, if you have a life path number 6, it's a service. It's a Virgo. The Virgin, she has to serve. The Virgin has to dump out kids. 6 in astrology is the house of family. It's ruled by Mercury the way you think. But 6 is a number of service. How can I serve? How can I be of service? So the asset aspect is you become a cosmic parent. Even your birthday, 24, adds up to 6. You become a cosmic parent. You're here to serve people. But the liability is there's a lot of takers in this reality. So you can get into the position of being bitter because people aren't respecting your space, or they're just taking and they're not giving thanks. A lot of take, and not enough gratitude. So the liability of the 6 is that you give so much of yourself that you forget to give to yourself. And some people may not have any manners and say thank you. And you just get sucked dry like a vampire. So you gotta just be careful on that. 6 life path. Welcome, Archaics, people. Oh, am I too loud? Okay, sorry. That's just how I roll, man. I don't know how any else to be, but I'll be a little bit more mindful. I just get really animated and I'm super passionate and I'm completely sober. I have nothing in my body. I'll try to back my microphone off. It just doesn't seem as clear as here, but I'll try to back my microphone off a little bit. What's up, Dr. Danny? Dr. Danny in the house. Great astrologer. She knows what's up. Merc says, I was on the biggest kick in 2023 with your stuff and finding success in a lot of it, but something changed and I can't seem to get back into the flow of things. Well, what does the flow look like to you? So I can't tell you how to get back into the flow. Only you can determine that. But the non-flow is part of your script. Maybe until you get sick of it, where you'll make the change. You're tired of being on that wave, and you're like, you know what, I'm not doing it anymore. So you make some changes. So the fact that you're saying that, I was on this wave, was good, and I kind of fell off, and now it's not so good anymore. I want to get back into the fact that you're acknowledging that is a positive sign. Study yourself. Know how you're supposed to react. Know what your love signature is. Know where you get your emotional payoffs with the moon. Know where you're going to expand with Zeus and how it's going to expand through you. Once you put all those pieces together, it makes it much easier to then get into the flow state. Sometimes you get knocked off your horse. The universe does that because it wants you to change, and you're not changing. So the only way it can do is to smack you in the face really hard, to push you in the next direction in life. Sometimes it's very bitter. Sometimes it feels not so good, but essential for you to move towards the trajectory of where you're going. So you didn't go into anything wrong. You just went into an area of your life that you would say, I don't really like this part of my life so much. But the fact that you're asking is a really good sign, I would think. Spiritual apocalypse. Irvine, Anaheim. That's I've lived in many parts of the world. My favorite place I've ever lived in is Irvine, California. My favorite. Right off of Jeffries, if you know where that's at. That area is bombastic. Best weather, best communities, safe communities. It's got everything there. Doesn't have the traffic of LA, but you've got San Diego and LA in between, or you're in between LA and San Diego. Best place, I think. But show me the money, man. Super expensive. Going through your questions. Well, Santa Barbara's nice too. It's a real nice area. It's like a microclimate there. Nico Ellie says, I was told my life path is a 33. Your life path is a 6. March 22nd is your birthday. That can also be written 122. Right? You're born right after the spring equinox. Numerology has this historicity of telling people that if your birthday adds up to 11, 22, or 33, you're a master life path number. And what that does, and I'm not saying that, don't take this literal, right? But what it normally does to people is you end up feeling superior. Like, ooh, I'm a special life path, right? I'm not saying that you're going to feel that way, but a lot of people do. And when you do the rules of numerology, you reduce down until you get to a single digit. I don't know who came up with this, like, well, if you're 11, 22, or 33, you don't reduce down. Yes, you do. If you're an 11, you're a 2. If you're a 22, you're a 4. And if you're a 33, you're a 6. You're a single digit like everybody else. That way, everybody's even. Nobody stands out above anybody. All the numbers have the liabilities and assets to them. And everybody is the same. 6. Merck's asking about legal name changes. If you feel like you want to do it, do it. I get asked this a lot, right? What name should I do my numerology by? Your birth certificate name. Hands down, it is the dominant number energy in your life. Everything else will be subordinate to it. Your birth certificate name, your original. Why? Because that's the name that you were given by the divine. That's your divine name. You can change it all you want. You can get married. It's a subordinate name. It's a layer of the onion. Your birth certificate name is your divine name. I explain this to people when I do readings. Your last name, if you just remove the last name, you're left with your first and middle name. Some of you don't have middle names. There's a story behind that. Why did you, probably your parents, why did your parents name you whatever they named you? There's a story to it. And where did your parents get the idea, or whoever named you, where did they get the idea? Well, certainly the ideas come in our brain, but they're not originating from our brain. Where are they coming from? I couldn't tell you, but I know our brain's not originating them. This is a beacon, a receiving station. We're having the thoughts are not our own. So the name that you got by birth is your divine name, and it will supersede any other name you try to overlay on top of it. Always. And then you add on the last name, which is a name that probably goes back thousands of years. Your lineage, where did your lineage come from? Essentially, we're all connected. We all come from the same place, right? We all have lungs and hearts and skin and breathe oxygen. We're all the same. Your last name has a separate identity to it because that's the name of probably your father. It's always the male in especially the United States. Take on the last name of the father. It's really kind of bizarre, right? The culture based upon theology, I would imagine. But that last name that you have is going to have an identification that through numerology, and that's going to tell you a different story about you and who you are, besides your first and middle name or your first name. That's your divine name. And even though you may share these numbers with a lot of other people, it doesn't matter. You own these numbers. They own you. You're labeled with these. You're fused with these numbers. It essentially writes you as a character into the game. Right? Like when you go look at a character in a game, when you look at a character in a game, all of these characters are written through letters, numbers, and symbols. They're written like this. This website, see all this code? Someone had to write this. Or maybe a computer wrote it. This is what creates this image. These characters, which are now becoming lifelike, behind the character, its moves, what its abilities are, what it can do, what it can say, it's all based upon this code. Well, you are based upon the same thing. You can put yourself on a scale, you can weigh yourself. You can measure yourself how tall you are. You can count how many hairs you have on your head. 5 fingers, 5 toes, 5 senses. You have personality types to you. That's astrology, numerology. All this stuff is based upon your specific code, and we measure that through the esoteric arts. Astrology, numerology, personality types, Enneagram, tarot, cards, human design, personality types through the Briggs-Myers, color personality, Mayan astrology, totem pole. We measure this through these esoteric layers. That's your divine character that's playing out in this reality. That's what you're being used for and by. The idea of that. Someone's asking about conception. So in the Spotlight course, we have that in the astrology section on conception, your conception astrology. But the challenge you'll have with that is there's no way to pinpoint exactly when you were conceived. You can get a rough idea, which will give you some placements in astrology, for sure. But the faster moving planets, you can't get the accurate. The moon, you might not get accurate. The sun, probably. Neptune, the slower moving planets, absolutely. But that's like the spark. But nothing beats when you came into this world. The birth. That's your personality. The conception you can mess around with, which we showed during the astrological section of Spotlight. You can look to see where your sun is. But you can't pinpoint a date and say 1,000%, this is exactly the day that I was created through conception. It's an idea. And the time span is I think it's 259 to 271 or something. Somewhere in between those days is when your conception was. And saying it is exactly this day would be an inaccuracy, probably. So you have to have fun with it. Sonia says, tropical versus true sky, 13 sign human design is very different. I recently discovered my design. True sky, I'm a 5-1, blows me away. Well, are you using if you're using cosmic human design, even that is not accurate. Now, is that my opinion? Yes, but I'll show you why. I'll show you why that is. You got to do it manually. There's no computer system right now. Someone will computerize it. Maybe someone will approach me and figure out how we'll computerize it to figure it out, like just punching in your details. But right now on the Spotlight course, you got to do it by hand, the old school way. And it's not just the it's this right here. It's not just the true sky. But it's when I created this, we created it, we went to the origin, I went back to the originator, which is the Jovian, and they lined up their human design with gate number 41. That's what they lined it up with. This is essentially the birth, the origin of human design right there. So in order to get it accurate, you have to line up Aquarius exactly where the Jovian has theirs. If I go to the traditional one, let me see if I can find the wheel. Here it is. When you line the wheel up, see if I can blow it up. No, it's not going to let me blow it up. See if I can blow this up. Here we go. See, when I created the human design, see this Aquarius right there? This is the origin and birth of everything revolves around this section right here. So you have to take this Aquarius, and we did that, and we lined it up right there exactly, and it starts right here, and then it wraps all the way around. And if you do it with tropical, which is what this does, the failure of this, what's wrong with this one, is that these zodiac signs are not accurate with 30 degrees. We can verify that by going to the stellarium, the true map of the sky, and we know that Virgo is not 30 degrees because Virgo is much bigger than Cancer. Do you think, if you're going to be authentic, right? Let's be authentic now. If I ask you a yes or no, so let me ask you, do you think Cancer is the same size as Virgo? Does this look like it's the same size as Virgo? And if you're going to answer authentically, the answer would be no, it's not. Okay, so now that we have verified that Cancer is not the same size as Virgo, I'm going to go back to a tropical-based human design, and I'm going to locate Virgo. Here's Virgo. And wouldn't you know it that Virgo is the same size as Cancer? Well, we know using astronomy that that is a lie. It is not accurate. This is accurate. I'm not saying this is absolutely 1,000% accurate, but it is the closest you will come to the sky. This is not. Virgo is disrespected here. I mean, imagine you're the constellation Virgo. Imagine you're her. Imagine you're Virgo in the sky. And you create a system and you box her into 30 degrees and you give her the same real estate as you do Cancer, even Aries. Aries is a dinky sign. Look at Aries. Look at how small Aries is. Look how dinky this thing is. You want to disrespect the lady of the zodiac, the largest constellation? You want to disrespect her by telling her she only gets 30 degrees here? I certainly am not doing that. Aries is not the same size as Virgo. So the failure of this system is it gets close, but it's not accurate. So when we created this system, when we created this, we took the measurements of this. I founded the origins and they start here. So I did that. I went to Aquarius and I put Aquarius right here. And then I took Athens website Mastering the Zodiac and I had to create my own graphics, and I created all this in correlation with Mastering the Zodiac, and then I put it in the wheel. And now you have Virgo at its respected size. Now you have Pisces at its respected size. Now you have Aries being very small. Now you have Cancer at its respected size. Now you have them at the respected gates. Now you have accuracy. This comes close, but it's not accurate. It doesn't give enough gates to Virgo. It gives too many gates to Aquarius. It gives too many gates to Aries. Nope, it's not accurate. So this is the accuracy. When you take the true sidereal and you place it into the human design. Okay, so that's what we did here with this system. And you put your astrological chart in there. Oh shit. I was talking the whole time. you guys were just not, you didn't listen. Let me do this again. Here is let me make sure. All right, you guys didn't get any of that, did you? You guys didn't get any of that. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. All right, so let me do it again. Here we go. This right here is the original Jovian archive, human design. Okay. And I'll explain what the human design is and then the actual design itself. Why this doesn't work is because this uses a 30-degree span for each of the zodiac signs. This is tropical astrology. 4 seasons, 4 divided by 12. 4 divided by the 12 gives you 3 segments per season. The problem with this is that Virgo, right here, is not 30 degrees. Virgo, if I compare it to Cancer, if we're being honest, like I said, if I ask you, do you think Cancer is the same size as Virgo? Would you answer yes or would you say no? Well, the answer, if we're being authentic, it's no. Cancer is not the same size as Virgo. She is the largest constellation in the night sky. When you go to the Jovian Archive Human Design, they have disrespected Virgo. I'm not saying they consciously did it that way, but it is disrespecting the zodiac. We are bringing the respect back because, ladies and gentlemen, Aries is not the same size as Pisces. You can fit over 2 Aries inside Pisces. Well, when you go to the tropical human design, they're giving Aries the same size as Pisces. That is disrespecting the zodiac. So to alleviate that, we went to the Mastering the Zodiac system, this. We took this, we matched it up with the true sky, to verify. And then we had to create our own. I had to create all these. And human design, if you read about the origins of it, it starts right here in Aquarius. Right there. So what we did was we lined up Aquarius, the starting point of Aquarius, starting in gate 60, we lined that up starting in gate 60. And then we just wrapped it all the way around, verifying it with masteringthezodiac.com, all of these sizes. Okay? So now what you're getting is you're getting the pure accuracy of the 13 signs, and you're including Ophiuchus, getting gate 14 and 43. You're getting the periodic table on the outside. You don't get that in any other system. This is something that we created. You can't find it anywhere else. And not only are you getting the periodic table, you're getting the accuracy of the human design with the true zodiac right here to verify it in the sky. Okay? That's what you're getting with this system. And until you place your chart in here and you verify it with the gates, you're not getting the true accuracy. You'll get close, but you will not get true accuracy with this. I know a lot of you say, I know, but the definitions of this, yeah, that's fine. I'm not debating that. You're going to have overlays with this, and it is a system of magic. But which system would you rather use if you're going to be honest? The one that you can verify that's true sky. This is the astronomy now. With the map of the sky that you can verify with a camera and a telescope? Or are you going to just go with what people just regurgitate? And that's what the founder of this system did. It based everything. And on top of that, I don't know if you know, but what this system is designed upon, which I think is complete crap, is the unconscious. I don't know if you know the historicity behind this, but let me explain it to you. What the guy that created, I can't remember his name, the guy that created the Jovian, the human design, the unconscious, what he did was he thought of like, oh, I like Ra, and of course he's finding the periodic table because he's going to take 88 days before your birth. That's how you get the unconscious side of the red side, the unconscious side of your human design. I don't use that at all. It's crap. There's nothing special 88 days before your birth. Zero credit. There's no credibility to it. Nothing. Now, was he scripted to create it? Of course. Of course, but there's no credibility to it. There's nothing special 88 days before your birth, other than saying, I'm going to create a system and I'm going to measure the positions of where the planets are 88 days before you're born. Why would you do that? Because it's tied to radium? No, I'm telling you right now, the definitions are tied to your birth. Where your birth is, your design, not your unconscious, your conscious, the black. That is where your definitions are going to be the most dominant. So we don't even use the red stuff. I don't even do that 88-day stuff. I don't even do your profile. Not concerned about that. All I want is your definitions, your true, concise definitions. And what we have done is we've taken the playing cards. What we've done is we've done this. We've taken, in the cosmic human design, we've taken the playing cards. Like, here's my sun card, my earth card. There's my Mercury, my Venus, my Mars, my Jupiter. I've taken these cards, and what we do is we go to the astrology chart of Mastering the Zodiac. Here's my chart. And now I take my Mercury card, and where's my Mercury? Right here. Oh, that's not me. That's not me. Anyway, I go to this is not my chart, but I have my name there. But the Mercury, I put my Mercury card here. What is my Mercury card? Ace of Hearts. So I can take my Mercury position, Ace of Hearts. I can put it into the sign of Aries, and then I can go into the Alchemical, and where does it sit? Right here in gate 17. My Mercury card through that chart would sit in gate number 17 through Aries, and it's going to be assigned to the element chlorine. There will be a clue here. So you not just get the gate and the sign, the true sign, but you get the element on the periodic table, and you get the playing card attached to it. And you get the tarot card attached to it, because the Ace of Hearts becomes the Ace of Cups. You get this attached to it. Okay? That's what we have done at the Spotlight course. All groundbreaking esoteric layers. And when you learn the system, you can take that information and you can decode anybody that you know, even if you don't have their birth time. Human design doesn't care what time you were born. It doesn't go on your birth time. It goes by the zodiac signs and where the celestial positioning is of those zodiac signs. And then your playing cards fit in there. So just think about it. You can get your playing cards, one system of magic, with the tarot, two systems of magic, with the periodic table, science, and the biology of the body, and integrate that into your astrological chart based upon the human design through the true sidereal. The accuracy of astronomy. That is what the Alchemical cosmic codes is all about. It's mind-blowing, the accuracy of it. And you don't have to think about it. You just ask AI, and I show you how to do it. I tell you, I have instructions. If you know how to copy and paste, and you know how to follow instructions, you're golden. You just copy and paste the definitions, you throw it into AI, it'll give you as much information as you want. I got people, hundreds of pages of definitions on themselves. It's amazing. And then you can decode your children, and you can decode your partner, your husband or wife, to better understand them. It's amazing. Thank you, Bobby. Alan Robert Krakauer. That's the... That's the founder of Human Design. So I'm grateful for that, the foundation of it. The gates and all that. And you have Richard Rudd and the gene keys and all that. Amazing. They have their own definitions to them. But when you attach the periodic table to it, woo, it's a game changer. Yeah, I think... Let me see, Aliana, I don't want to mispronounce her name. The only true sky calculator that I know of is the Cosmic Human Design, and it's not accurate. It's not. I've already tried it with my own and other people, and it doesn't line up with the true sidereal. It gets close because it's Vedic, but it still incorporates the 30-degree houses and the 30-degree signs. And we know that's not the case. So I would have to see the website, but the only website that I know of that uses Vedic astrology in human design is the Cosmic Human Design website, which isn't accurate. I'm not saying it's bad. Someone's asking about the Three of Diamonds. Three of Diamonds is a 3. Someone you know in the real world has the Three of Diamonds, Donald John Trump, June 14th. He's a Taurus sun. You can see it in his face. Taurus, orange, orange man, Taurus sun. Not tropical, because everybody says he's a Gemini. No, he doesn't even look like a Gemini. He looks like a bull. He's a Taurus, true sky. Anyway, he's a Three of Diamonds. He plays the card extremely well. It's got a 3 on it. It means expansion. The expansion of what? What is a diamond? Money. What does Donald John Trump do? Expands money. That's why he became wealthy. Sun in Taurus, Venus, money. Taurus is the sign of money. He's got a 3 of diamonds. His card sits in the sign of Taurus, where his sun is, in the 10th house, which is the house of career. 3 of diamonds is the expansion of money. The primary driver of the diamond is I want. You're here to experience physicality. You're here to expand physicality. That's what the diamond means. Your spirit card is the 6 of hearts, to balance you out. Don't forget about you being you got to be a child. You got to look through the spirit card is designed for you to look through the spiritual aspect. Yours is the 6 of hearts. So don't forget about the inner child within you. Don't get caught up in the fool's gold, which is the materialism, the desires of the flesh, which that three of diamonds can do. The six of hearts is your spirit card, which is the child, the inner child that believes in magic, to balance out the physicality of the three of diamonds. So you don't lose sight of what's important in life, which ain't money, in a sense, even though it is. So that's the three of diamonds, three of pentacles. I think we're going to wrap this one up. Let's get a couple more questions. I'm so sorry, guys, when I was just on a rant and you guys weren't looking at my screen. All right. Oh, hey, Faith, I've already shuffled the cards a million times over. Someone's asking about Pallas. Pallas is amazing. Pallas is tied to Athena, and Athena was Zeus's favorite, and that's tied to wisdom. What's amazing about Pallas is it's tied to Palladium, and Palladium is the 46th element, and the numerology. Get this. In Sanskrit numerology, the 53 letters of the Sanskrit alphabet, the numerology of the third eye, the Anya, is 46. 46 is the numerology of the third eye, which is tied to Palladium, which is tied to Pallas, which is tied to Athena. So the asteroid Pallas is really important. You can find it manually. Like, let's look at it right now. We just type in Pallas. And look at that. It's right in Aquarius. No wonder why we're dumping all this stuff. Right there with the sun. Conjunct with the sun, man. In the stream of Aquarius. The knowledge. That's why we're in the flow tonight. I feel like I'm in the flow state. Yeah, that's because the sun is in Aquarius right now. With Pallas there. There you go. That just sums it up right there. Conjunct with the sun right there. Literally right on top of the sun during this broadcast. Amazing. It's a big deal. Pallas, Athena, tied to the third eye. 199 is the 46 prime number, third eye, and the numerology of Poseidon, Zeus, and Hades is 199. The trimurti in the Greek mythology. And Athena was said to come out of the third eye of Zeus. Like Zeus is envisioning, and Zeus has the great red spot, which looks like a third eye. It's amazing. Do you want to see some connections? And then I'm going to pull some tarot cards. Check this out. Just so you know. Zeus in Greek. There it is. We're going to get the numerology of it. I'm going to get the Greek, ancient Greek. Got to go to the ancient Greek. 54, right? 54. And we know that love in English is 54. So Zeus is tied to love, and Zeus in your astrology chart will be expansion of whatever sign it's in. But that's not the humdinger. See, Zeus is 54, And if I go look at Jupiter, it has the great red spot on it. What does this look like? What shape is that? A vagina? A third eye? Well, that's not the humdinger. The humdinger is that Zeus is 54, and the element on the periodic table that's 54 is xenon. And xenon means stranger. Like the stranger in my head, the flash of creation, is that Zeus? Well, wouldn't you know it, that if you go to xenon bulbs, what does that look like to you? Does that not look like the great red spot? Abso-freaking-lutely it is. Come on, man. That is exactly the shape of a xenon bulb. And to support it, Zeus is 54, which is the protons of xenon. Coincidence? No, there are no such thing as coincidences. Xenon comes from the Greek word xenos. Xenos has a numerical value of 70. And when I go to the tarot, the 70th tarot card is the 6 of diamonds. This is the pineal gland feeding you the left and right hemispheres of your brain. Xenos. Zeus, the great red spot. The bulb, the movie bulb. It's amazing, man. This whole reality. All right. Let's wrap this one up. Let's get a few tarot cards and we're going to wrap this one up. Ooh, all right. If you're a sixth life path, look to your sixth house. Where's your Virgo? Where's your Mercury, the lord of the sixth house? 6 is the Chinese snake. Tied to Virgo and Mercury. Mercury's the snake. Who's the serpent in the garden? Mercury. Prometheus. The trickster. Greek mythology, Prometheus. Judaism, the serpent. Who beguiled Eve? Prometheus. Probably had sex with her. Okay. So let's do some questions. 3 cards. I'm going to probably pull a card from this deck as well to maybe get it attributed to, and I'm going to do some fun stuff tonight. I have a deck of flashcards. These are numbered 1 to 100. I'm just going to randomly pull one out of the box, and maybe that number will be synchronistic to your life. Maybe this reading will be specifically for you. I don't know. We shall see. Let's do it in reverse order. Let me pull a numbered card first. Let's see what number we're going to come up with. So I'm not even going to open this box up. I'm just going to reach my finger in here and slide and pull it out. What's that number? What's that number? What's that number? 55. 55 is the number. Maybe the 55 is important to you. Let me give you some words that equate to 55. Satan in English is 55. Shemesh, which is the word for sun in Hebrew, is tied to 55. 55 is tied to predestination. 55 is a 5 twice. 5 fingers, 5 toes, 5 senses. So for some of you, maybe you were born in 1955. Maybe you were born on the 55th day of the year. Maybe you're going to see the 55. And this message tonight will end up moving into your reality tomorrow. So 55. Let's pull a tarot, an astral card now. We'll get a planet or a house. Let's see. These things are about as big as these are like horse cards. I don't know why they make them so freaking big. All right. Let's pull. It's not going to be the bottom one. We don't care about that. What's this card? What is that? Aquarius. Aquarius, which is where the sun and Pallas is. So we're talking about wisdom now, because we know Pallas is Athena, and Athena is the goddess of wisdom, the owl, tied to Zeus's third eye, which is the xenon bulb, which is the Anya, which is 46. Aquarius. It's where the sun is right now. It's so amazing, right? Because let me just show you. I want to show you how scripted this reality. You ready for that? And I'm going to pull the cards. Well, watch this. Let me show you this. Come on, man. How scripted can you get? Here's the word sun in Hebrew, shamesh. What is it? What's the numerology in Hebrew? 55. Where's the sun right now? In Aquarius. Right now. Oh, no, it's not. It's not. It is in Aquarius, though. There it is right there. Venus is there. I had this set on March 4th, but it's in Aquarius. The sun's in Aquarius. That's the big deal. And Venus is there, but Pallas is there. Okay. So, so we have Aquarius, and we had the number 55, and the sun is in Aquarius right now. Shamesh. So we're talking about the sun, obviously, and Venus is there. Venus is heralding the sun. So we have love and light in Aquarius right now. So if you have any activity in Aquarius, this might be for you. 55 Aquarius. So that was the synchronicity of that. But let's pull 3 cards from the standard deck here. And I just rub my fingernail over there and pull one out. I don't need to try. Jack of Hearts. Card number 11 in the French Gregorian system. Sits in the this is a Jupiter Venus card. The expansion of love. So we have the expansion of love, turns into the Knight of Cups, looking for love. It's the white horse in chess, the purity, the pure Jack, looking for love. It's tied to Jesus. Jesus is Venus. Venus and the sun are literally in Aquarius, and we pulled the Aquarius card. I mean, it's so scripted. Okay, anyway, let's get the second card now. What's the second card? King of Spades. Card number 52 in the French Gregorian system. Sits in the Saturn crown line. Sits in space number 52. Its Jupiter card is the Jack of... hold on. No. I take that back. Its Ra card is the... Yeah, let me just double check this. I don't have all these memorized. So much to memorize. Midheaven, sorry, midheaven position. So the midheaven card for the... So you could be talking about your midheaven. If your Aquarius is at your midheaven position, and maybe your Venus is in Aquarius, you might be looking for love. The King of Spades is the king that does not have emotions. The spade is the sovereignty of your spirituality. The kings all sit in the middle of the astrological chart. They don't belong to any house. This belongs to the house of Aquarius. We pulled the Aquarius card. So we pulled the Aquarius card with that Jack of Hearts. So the focal point is Aquarius, humanitarianism. It doesn't have to be love relationships. It could be paying it forward. But let's see. The sun, the spirit, it's in Aquarius, humanitarianism. The King of Spades is the great judge. It's the great judge that sits in a courtroom, and it gives you the absolute best verdict. It will not get swayed by some crying woman trying to get one past the judge, trying to put on this big act, or this guy trying to lie through his teeth. No, this judge right here, it sees through all that stuff. But let me get a third card now. Let's give this a quick shuffle. Here we go. Third card is what? What is this? Wow, 6 of diamonds. Card number 32. Card number 70 in the tarot. I just told you Xenon is tied to Xenos, which is tied to this 6 of pentacles. So we have Zeus in here as well. But this is a card of giving. So this reading here, how I'm reading this, because it's tied to the sign of Aquarius, because the first card that we pulled sits in the house of Aquarius, and because this night is the night of love, and because it's sitting in the sign of Aquarius, and the sun and the 55, which is what we pulled, which is tied to Shemesh in Hebrew, yeah, well, the spirit inside of you wants, this is about giving. This is about giving and paying it forward. As a collective, the message I have for all of you, this is about paying it forward. Giving out of the goodness of your heart without any expectations. This is non-emotion, not getting emotional about it, doing it because it's the right thing to do. Just do the right thing. And the 6 of diamonds, this could be giving money to somebody that needs it. Some of you, this has been an ongoing theme. Some of you may be going through a court battle right now based on a love relationship. Some of you may be getting the judgment in your favor or not in your favor. Some of you may have to pay out because Aquarius is justice. The justice card in the major arcana sits in the house of Aquarius. So some of you, this could be court related. Some of you may have to spend that money based upon a relationship. You could be going through a divorce. This is the judge. Some of you could absolutely be going through a divorce right now, and you're going to have to pay out. And you may be fighting that. I would just ask you to go within. What's the right thing to do? What's fair? This is fairness. This is fairness, folks. And to put some context to this, right now, on the 23rd of February, the planet of love is conjunct with the sun in Aquarius. This is what heralds the sun. This is what Jesus Christ is. Jesus Christ, Venus and the sun, love and light in the sign of Aquarius. So this is justice. Some of you could be going to court and justice will be served. Either you're going to get the justice or you're going to have to. The sun there, man, in Aquarius, humanitarianism. Some of you may even join, if you've been called to join a charity or a nonprofit. If you've thought about creating a nonprofit, Sun and Venus in Aquarius, spirit into matter. This card right here is the giver, the completion. Some of you may have ties to family. This could be family court, justice for a family dispute, but others may be being called to a charity. This could just be going to work at the soup kitchen. What's in here? What's in here? Using the logic and discernment of here and using This is finances. This is money, physicality. This is maybe the simplicity of this is maybe you should donate. This is another message I have for you with this. Phew. If it's been a long time since you've given, and I understand life gets in the way. If it's been a long time since you've actually paid it forward. I'll give you an example. Just tonight, I swear, this is the truth. I went to my favorite restaurant here in town, which I haven't gone to in a minute. And I know all the people there. I know the waitresses, I know the manager, I know the owner. And I went there today with gifts. No kidding. And I gave some gifts away. Literally, this is what I did with these 3 cards. I literally did this tonight. I have no expectations. That's this. I didn't do it I'm not looking to get something back. I did it because Aquarius. So for some of you, and I just lived through this, some of you, if you haven't given back in a long time, like you should really think about this. When is the last time you paid it forward? When is the last time you did something nice for somebody just because you wanted to? The message here is the Sun and Venus, love and light in Aquarius, the humanitarian. Some of you should go into your closet and you should take the clothes out of your closet that you haven't worn in the past 6 months. Anything that you haven't worn in the past 6 months, in the past year, you should collect it, take it out of your closet, even if it's got tags still on it. If you haven't worn it in 6 months or a year, I know some of you live in the seasons, go donate it. Go to the Salvation Army or the Goodwill or your favorite soup kitchen, or just go down where the homeless people are and go give some of your clothes away. Because these 3 cards are, this is donation. I just did it. And I'm not saying that because I did it. I'm telling you, this is what the cards read. What's this? The last card to come out was the giver. This would be you. And you're going to give to the people in need. Go cut somebody's lawn that can't afford or doesn't have a lawnmower, your next door neighbor. Just go cut their lawn tomorrow. Go shovel their sidewalk without them asking. Pay for somebody's toll behind you tomorrow. Pay for somebody's groceries behind you tomorrow. Do something humanitarian tomorrow. Because that is what this card is. And that is what this zodiac sign on its asset position, where it functions at a high frequency, is all about. You know, I do these podcasts. I honestly do them because I enjoy doing them. Like, I'm in my wheelhouse. I love sharing information. My moon, I have a new moon in Aquarius in my chart. So I get emotional payoffs by helping people. My moon is in Aquarius. Aquarius is the humanitarian. So my emotional payoffs are going to be when I can help people. Humanitarianism, Aquarius. That's on the asset position. I raise my frequency by giving. And I'm not asking anything in return. How about you? When is the last time you gave? When's the last time you cleaned your closets out and gave your somebody right now needs warm clothes that you're not using. Somebody needs them to stay warm because they can't afford them, especially during this time right now with hyperinflation going on, especially in the US. So the message here is pretty crystal clear, is that go be a big white knight. This is the white knight on the chessboard. Go be that knight. Go be that giver. Do it by not expecting anything in return. The non-emotional king. I just want to do it because I want to help you. And do it because you can be that giver, the charity. 6. This is a perfect number, right? Virgo, the virgin. This sits in the sign of Virgo. What does Virgo do? She gives birth to things. So in this case, the scenario is you clean your closets out. You clean your drawers out. You go into your garage and you grab something that you know you're not going to use it. Maybe it's just a can of paint or some brand new paint brushes. And you know somebody that can use it. And you just go over to their house and you give it to them. That's this. And you don't do it with expectations. Maybe you'll get a smile or maybe you'll get a hug. Great. That's a bonus. But you do it because this energy in Aquarius is love and light. You literally have Jesus Christ in Aquarius right now, which is the humanitarian. And this card literally sits in the dead center of the cross of this chart. This one. That's where it sits. The 6 of Diamonds is a Zeus Mercury card, the expansion of your mind. And the King of Spades, the crown line, Chronos, karmic values. The Father, the right thing to do. The great judge. That's what this message is for all of you and myself. And the fact that I did it earlier, honestly, it kind of blows my mind. It blows my mind that it came out this way. It's like a wow moment for me, honestly. So that's what I have for all of you. And some of you, it might be, for everybody, it should be for everybody, right? Like there's something you can give to the world right now. There's someone that you can give to right now, tomorrow, that needs something from you, that could use something from you. Maybe just baking them some cookies would be an act of humanitarianism. Or calling up your brother that you got into an argument and you're not talking right now and burying the hatchet. Even that, saying you're sorry even if it wasn't your fault, even that is this energy here. It doesn't matter who's at fault. What matters is that you move into the white knight, the horse of purity, and you go act as somebody who has a lot of logic and discernment. And you realize that it doesn't matter who's right. What matters is what you can deliver to that person that you had a fight with. And you could say, you know what, let's just bury the hatchet. Here's some cookies that I made for you. Here's a 6-pack of beer, whatever. And you literally may change their life tomorrow because you paid it forward. And I'm telling you, astrologically, it lines right up. The Sun and Venus in Aquarius. I mean, come on, it's humanitarianism time. Mars is about ready to go in there. I think Mars is there now, right? But so we can even say Mars is there. In a couple of days, Mars, Venus, and the Sun are going to be. There's Mars, the Sun, and Venus. Now, somebody drew these lines, so I think the energy's already there, right? Even though Mars is outside the boundaries, it's still in line with Saddle Sud. That's the big thing of Aquarius. It shares a lot of the Capricorn energy. But Mars, the Sun, and Venus, technically, right now, as we speak, are in Aquarius. And Mars is your drive, your determination, your ambition, your will to do it. Venus is your spirit into matter and your love, and the Sun is the spirit. And the spirit and the season right now is Aquarius, which is the giver. And you literally have testosterone and estrogen conjunct with the Sun in Aquarius. And that's what this whole message is all about. Paying it forward. Making somebody's day tomorrow. maybe changing somebody's life tomorrow because you did something nice. You were the course of the change of their trajectory. Maybe they were ready to jump off a bridge tomorrow. You're going to change the course of that by living through this energy. And listen, I'm going to tell you right now, I didn't pull these cards. It ain't me doing it. I don't take any credit. I'm just a conduit for this energy. All right? Okay. So that's what I got for all of you. I played this amazing song, and I'm going to play it again. This is called Hope. This is called Hope, and it's CamelPhat with Max remixing this. I'm going to give credit to them, and I'll get a copyright, but that's okay, because I'd rather entertain. I'd rather everybody be like, wow, this is a really amazing song. This is an uplifting, beautiful song that really goes in line with the humanitarian energy that's in Aquarius right now. It's called Hope. So I hope you find some nuggets in the song, in the music, in the message, in that reading, and through this entire broadcast of What's Your Question 114. Right? And I really appreciate each and every one of you for being here, all the support, the Patreon members, those of you that have done the spotlight, those of you that are going to consider doing the spotlight. If you have any questions, I'm here for you. All right? Make it easy for you. So that's all I got, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to wrap this one up. Thank you to Pamela, number 5. I appreciate you. Till next time, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you later.
Instead of chasing the sun, we should be dancing with fire. Instead of chasing the sun, for you rolling by, sleep deprived. Hope's just around the corner, headlights are heading for you know the sky.